You know what day it is. It's Tuesday. Boys. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday, boys. Alrighty. Let's get started. You know, we are back. We are so back. And what a perfect encapsulation of being back to the news than today, where it feels fucking shameful being in the United States of America, y'all. With the Fentano drip today. Yes. Yep. What a Tuesday. What a day in the news today that we will be taking a look at. Autumn Lefts, thank you for the 9 months. But hi, everyone. Hello. Quantano. Yeah, I'll be doing only music reviews from now on. Now that I have the Quantano look. When does the painting come? I don't know. I imagine it'll come in the next week. I hope so. Obviously. I will be showing it on stream when it arrives. Giving lesbian with that flannel. I mean, we are talking about my favorite lesbian, CHAPPELL ROAN, today. So that's the vibe. Anything before we get into talking about stuff? Let me think. I'm hoping you haven't seen this Insanity yet, so we can get your live reaction. Hold on one sec. I got some away. Happy Tuesday! Starting off with like something in my... Okay, I think I got it. Okay, what do we have here? Oh my my other favorite lesbian. My other favorite lesbian.
Queen of nice, really the queen of mean.
Respond to this with the most insane stories about Ellen being mean.
She's not the happy-go-lucky nice.
Ellen DeGeneres under fire again with accusations of a toxic work environment.
Why is this like a true crime documentary?
It's a phony hypocrite liar.
Things are really spiraling. Ellen DeGeneres owns DeGeneres.
This is so dramatic. Oh my god, this is the most extra shit I have seen. You know the great thing about Ellen's cancellation tour is that, one, she has a special on Netflix where it's kind of, having the words like I was kicked out, saying I was kicked out of showbiz, talking about being canceled when you have a whole ass Netflix special? Why is there some like cancellation pipeline to having a Netflix special? Is that what happens? Because then cancel me. Cancel me. If you get a Netflix special because you've been canceled, let's go. Y'all, come on. Come on. Get going. Get going on canceling me, please. I'm begging. Hogan, thank you for the gifted sub. So yeah, I love this. Yeah, I was canceled for creating a toxic workplace environment by the book. I am going to create an environment that is so toxic that I get a special on Netflix to complain about how people got mad at me for creating an environment that was so toxic. Oh my God. And I don't know if this is just the editing of the clip. Why is this so face blurred? This is so edited. It looks strange. Anyway, yeah, Ellen's whole, I guess I should have said fuck you at the end of my shows instead of be kind. And it's like, no, girl, no. What people have been calling you out for years on is the fact that you made kindness, being the nice person in showbiz, be kind to one another. You made that your entire thing when all along you're one of the least kind people in showbiz. Like, that's... By the looks of it, she might have murdered someone. I know, it's giving true crime documentary where like either she's the murderer or she is a victim who's about to sit down and share her story. Clearly it comments on her erasure by blurring her face. Ah, yes. A good way of looking at things. Man. Ellen, daytime TV's queen of mean. From hero to villain. But here's the funny thing about it, okay? You guys, here's the great thing. This was not something that came out of nowhere. Ellen has always been one of those celebrities that everyone has a story about. She has notoriously been an asshole. It's just that it took a long time for all this stuff to finally come out about her and for people to write about the fact that Ellen is an asshole and is extremely toxic, created an extremely toxic workplace, which, yeah, I mean, it's Hollywood. There's a lot of that going around, but Ellen is basically the point is that when it comes to Hollywood, there's no secrets. There's no secrets. Long before I moved to Hollywood, I had heard stories about Ellen. Everyone has a story about Ellen. Can we just appreciate how funny this video is? Yeah, we totally can.
Is the queen of nice really the queen of mean?
Respond to this with the most insane stories about Ellen being mean.
She's not the happy-go-lucky nice
Ellen
person.
DeGeneres under fire again with accusations of toxic.
And the thing is that this is not even a bit. This is not even her, being ironic, you know? This is not her tongue-in-cheek acknowledging that she's the worst. This is her legitimately feeling like a victim for being kicked out of Hollywood.
Toxic, phony, hypocrite, liar.
Things are really spiraling. Ellen DeGeneres owns a
The look at the camera. Oh my God. Oh my God. Her opening her eyes and looking directly into camera, breaking the fourth wall. Please, no, God. Please, Ellen, no. Please. If Ellen wants to do the whole I got canceled for being a strong woman thing, her entire comedy special should just have been her reading off a list of every nasty thing she's heard Jon Stewart, Jimmy Fallon, James Corden, whoever else have said and done to their employees. Because while Ellen's behavior certainly should never have been tolerated in any workplace, she is right that there was a gendered bias in how the public reacted. Like, there's a whole expose about Late Night with Jimmy Fallon a year ago, and it barely made noise. Jon Stewart's had allegations of being a horrible boss against him for years, and you can say he hasn't been canceled, but because he never had the same nice guy shtick as Ellen. But Fallon definitely did, and no one cared about the fact that his employees had to have crying rooms. Yeah, I think this is definitely a valid point. I think the fact of the matter is not that Ellen is necessarily unique in Hollywood. As I said, when it comes to extreme toxic workplaces, an environment of harassment and bullying and power abuse, that's just Hollywood, right? That is, it's not acceptable, it's not right, and we're pushing to change that culture. But yeah, it certainly is the norm rather than the exception. But it doesn't excuse Ellen, and it also is like it's just another annoying instance of someone with a ton of power and money who is using a platform like Netflix to run defense for themselves, to basically be like, actually, I'm a victim in this situation. Because that's the thing with her. What I have not seen yet. I have not seen yet from Ellen anything that makes it seem as if she took accountability. As if she feels, as if she acknowledges the wrongdoing that she did. And instead, it's all just, I'm a victim. This is not fair to me. It's one of those, like, multiple things can be true at once, you know? Yeah, you can always look at things through that lens, but it doesn't absolve her role in what happened. Yeah, and I think the additional factor of Ellen's kindness being her whole shtick, it's like when a wife guy turns out to be a cheating asshole, you know? There's a lot of people who are cheating assholes, but particularly when somebody like Ned from Try Guys made his entire persona, his entire shtick, that he's the nice wife guy. He's a guy who, women, you can trust him because he's got a wife. So don't worry. This is a good guy because he's got a wife. I'm just waiting for her to hit the turf button at this point. I mean, it's probably inevitable. That's probably it comes along with the canceled comedian gets a Netflix special. Feels like whataboutism when she wants others doing worse, same shitty behavior, and yeah, her whole thing was being nice daytime TV, then she was a huge asshole. Yeah, it's similar to the conversation that we had last week when we were talking about Diddy, where when other men in the industry have been exposed as predators, as abusive, but because they're not Harvey Weinstein level, their behavior is excused, where it's like, okay, multiple things are true here, where Harvey Weinstein had, Harvey Weinstein was one of the worst cases of abuse of power in Hollywood, because of how powerful he was, because he fucking ran Hollywood. And so his actions, his behavior trickled down so deeply into the industry, but it does by no means does it excuse other bad behavior just because it's not as far reaching and there weren't as many victims as there were when it comes to Harvey Weinstein. It's like, oh, well, this guy is so much worse. Or like, hi, this person's bad. This person's bad. It's like, yeah, that's true. That's true. But it does not provide cover for what you did. Lunette, thank you for the gifted sub. Full Plaid, thank you for the 9 months. Lizzie, thank you for the 12 months. Ruby, thank you for the 13 months. Oh, Ellen, what is she going to do sitting in her $50 million mansion? Poor Ellen. So many headlines are like, Ellen DeGeneres makes stand-up return. Was she canceled? Also, the funny thing, too, is that the show, the Ellen DeGeneres show, ended in May of 2022 after 19 seasons, okay? May of 2022, 2 years ago. Her Netflix special is coming out now. So basically, the show ended, and you have to assume that shortly after that, she signed her deal with Netflix and began working on this special. So the timeline here, right? You know, the timeline, and the timeline is what we talked about when I covered Louis C.K. as well, where these people never fucking went anywhere, you know? It's like they'll disappear for 5 minutes and then come back and be like, my return. I've been away. I've been gone because I was canceled and now I'm having my grand return. It's like, I don't even remember you being gone. You've been here pretty much the whole time. Also, it wasn't just a Netflix special, it was a tour. Also, she's the one who announced, after my Netflix special, I'm done. She said, this is the last time you're going to see me. So, it's her being like, this industry doesn't love me anymore. I'm leaving. I don't know. Look, it is a major disappointment, not because anything about Ellen was shocking, but just because Ellen was she was revolutionary as one of the first major comedians to come out of the closet as a lesbian, and then her success after she had lost her show, or just I can't remember what it was, but her success as a very out and about lesbian in the industry. And it just always sucks when there's such little representation, and so the people that you have, it's like, oh my god, not only are you one of the only out lesbians in this business, but also at the height, you're at the top, but you're the worst. You suck. This isn't an airport. You don't have to state your departure. I'm going. My flight takes off, in case anybody wants to know, and I will not be returning. I shall not be back. Anyway, anywho, as I said, if being canceled gets you a Netflix special, then y'all know what to do. Y'all know what to do. Cancel my ass. Mel Baby Dragon, thank you for the 6 months. I appreciate that Cracked called her insufferable. Yeah, I kind of feel like I'm not seeing very many Ellen defenders. I think everyone kind of sees through. I think everyone kind of sees through the pity party. If you're wondering what Ellen DeGeneres' new Netflix special is about, it's about an hour of her explaining how she was kicked out of show business. That's what her Netflix special is about, if you were wondering. All right. Also, some of her potential defenders deaf hate she's a lesbian. Yeah, it's like an interesting when you're a famous person who's been canceled, you know, the people who would normally come to your defense, the anti-woke crowd, the freedom of speech crowd, are not necessarily out here as the big defenders of a community like the LGBTQ community. Have you seen any of the Mormon Wives show? Okay, I have not, and I'm not a reality TV show watcher, but I feel like I have to watch this show. Everyone I know is watching this show and talking about this show. And the one thing that I know about the show is that basically these Mormon wives who are the breadwinners in their families, talking about, they're talking about how they're still controlled by their husbands. And I want to watch this show if all these wives get together and then realize at the end that they're going to leave their husbands' asses. Like, goodbye. What do you even do for me? Why are you in charge of me? And I'm the breadwinner. Chaotic Duck, thank you for the bits. You may not have won debate lords, so you got to bring home one of the commentators. Yeah, which, is great up until the moment you realize that he hates tiny hippos. Well, if their husbands don't come out of the closet and leave first. Yeah, that's always the come out of the closet and leave first. The thing with Mormon wives and the thing with like the trad wives is, and this point gets brought up a lot, but they work. They make money. The Ballerina Farms lady and Nara Smith, they are raking in cash. They are business women. Like all of these Mormon women influencers and trad wife influencers, they work. Ronald coming in with the moodang. Moodang! Ronald knows what's up. Are you going to watch The Penguin? I actually watched the first episode last night, and I thought it was great. You know, I'm normally not a comic book, a comic book IP consumer, but it's fucking good. It's real good. I watched one episode of it. I thought it was going to be a docuseries, but it seems like the real Mormon housewives. I'm sure it's very entertaining. Quick, is The Penguin Marvel or DC? It's Batman. That is DC. I know that for sure is DC. I know the answer to that one. Oh, Whew, I'm sweating a bit. Hold on, guys. Let me turn down my air. Turn down for what? We need Farley. He's snoozing on the couch. He wants nothing to do with me. Okay, y'all. Let's start off. Let's get going. LeBush, thank you for the 2 months. All right. How shall we start? I think I want to start off by talking about Marcellus Khalifa Williams. It is a it's a sad day to be in this country. I mean, it feels like that often, but I don't know. It felt very dystopic being on my timeline today because I was largely off of Twitter this weekend, really just largely offline because I was busy with TwitchCon, and coming back to being online and coming back to seeing what everyone's talking about, and my entire timeline being people pleading for the life of Marcellus Williams, who was officially killed today. He was legally murdered by the state of Missouri, where I went to college. And that is something that happens in this country and is not a flaw of the system. It is the system, you know? I think that's important to keep in mind, that it's not the system failing. It is the system working as it's designed to work. And it is barbaric and unbelievably brutal. And this case in particular was so... First of all, I was late to this. I was late to the story of what was happening. So I quickly tried to sign petitions and call and text and whatnot. And over 1.5 million people who were also aware of what was going on did the same. And none of it mattered. None of it mattered because of the power that rests in the hands of individuals who make the determination on, arbitrary determinations on whether or not somebody gets to live. So yeah, the victim's family did not want Marcellus Williams executed. The prosecutor's office, the very one that originally convicted Marcellus Williams, was the office leading the charge, not just to get him a stay of execution, but to overturn his conviction, to overturn his entire case, which tells you that they knew profoundly how unjust it was that he had been convicted of this crime and that he had been sentenced to death. The former governor of Missouri back in 2017 had last minute, at the 12th hour, agreed to give Marcellus a stay of execution. And unfortunately, Governor Jim Parson is a psychopath. He is a fucking murderous psychopath. And between him, the Missouri Supreme Court, the state Supreme Court, the Supreme Court that is run by conservatives, and the Attorney General, people who had nothing to do with this case. They were not there for the original case. They had no involvement in it. They had no stake in it. They had no personal stake in it. And they were the ones who made the decisions that led to Marcellus Williams being legally executed today at 6:00 Central Time. The peeps who pointed guns at BLM protesters got a pardon from the same governor. Of course. And that is, that is the abuse of power that is so clearly on display. And today we're going to talk about not just Marcellus Williams, but we will revisit the origins of the death penalty and why it is so barbaric and why there has been, years of advocacy against the death penalty, working to abolish the death penalty. And just a reminder that the Democrats have removed abolishing the death penalty from their 2024 platform. So as far as people who are like, you got to get out and vote, they quietly removed the death penalty from their platform. So just a reminder there. Did you see the poem he wrote while waiting on death row? Is this the poem about? Yes, I did. We'll take a look at this. We will take a look at this. All right. The death penalty should have been abolished ages ago. Yeah, we have so much overwhelming evidence arguing in favor of abolishing the death penalty, and yet it is something that still remains. I believe there are 5 people set to be executed. 5 people set to be executed this week alone. And it is an issue that the majority of voters in this country are in favor of abolishing. It's something that really is not is not controversial anymore. Pro-life, by the way. Oh yeah, a pro-life governor, a pro-life state Supreme Court, a pro-life Supreme Court, a pro-life AG, all these pro-lifers who could not wait to see this man executed for a crime he didn't commit. When you take a look back on the case, it is one of the most egregious abuses of the criminal justice system. And again, I think the biggest indicator of how the cards were stacked against Marcellus Williams from the get-go is that the prosecuting office, the St. Louis prosecutor's office, was the one that was leading the charge to get this overturned. All right, let's take a look at this story.
Missouri plans to execute a death row prisoner tonight despite significant questions about his guilt. Marcellus Williams was convicted of murdering newspaper reporter Felicia Gale in 1998.
And the other thing that I want to make a point on is that guilty or innocent does not change the fact that the death penalty should never be applied. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter as to a person's guilt or innocence. The death penalty should be abolished either way. It should never, ever be something that is used. And the fact that it still is just a total indictment on our system.
He has always denied it, and some prosecutors in the office that convicted him say the case is filled with holes. Missouri's governor says it will not stop the execution. Jerika Duncan has been following this case. Jerika, good morning.
Good morning to you. Attorneys for 55-year-old Williams not only maintain his innocence, but they claim prosecutors botched the case, alleging evidence of racial bias and investigators' mishandling of the murder weapon before the trial. Now, despite the many questions surrounding Williams' conviction, the execution will go forward, barring a last-minute change.
With only hours left before his execution, Marcellus Williams is nearly out of options. Last night, the Missouri Supreme Court rejected his request to cancel the execution, writing, "There is no credible evidence of actual innocence." Missouri Governor Mike Parson also denied his request for clemency, writing, "Mr. Williams has exhausted due
He
process
is the devil.
and every judicial avenue. Nothing from the real facts of this case have led me to believe in Mr. Williams' innocence." Williams is on death row for the 1998 murder of Felicia Gale.
Yeah, and just a reminder here that Governor Parson, where is it? Yeah, so hours before Williams was set to be executed in 2017, then Governor Eric Greitens called it off and appointed a panel of 5 retired judges to investigate the DNA evidence. The board, however, was dissolved by Parson in June of 2023 and never issued its final report. How do you look at this and see anything other than complete bias and intent to execute Williams no matter what by Governor Parson? Fuck that man. He is simply evil.
He is convicted of stabbing the newspaper reporter 43 times with a butcher's knife inside her suburban St. Louis home. Police say they found Gale's personal items and her husband's computer in Williams's car. But his defense team argues male DNA found on the murder weapon and at the scene did not match Williams, and that there were no direct witnesses to the alleged crime.
Also, the laptop was given to him by the informant. This is just one of those things where, it almost feels useless to even go back over the details of this case because it's done. It's over. Marcellus Williams he was lethally injected today. He is dead. He is there is nothing more to be done here except to call out what a travesty this is and to advocate for the abolishment of the death penalty.
Family have always maintained his innocence.
I want a full exoneration because I believe wholeheartedly that my father that he is innocent.
Williams's fight has been ongoing for more than 2 decades. Hours before his scheduled execution in 2017, then Governor Eric Greitens granted a stay due to unresolved questions about the DNA. He ordered a 5-person board to examine the case.
Yeah, to this day, there is no physical or forensic evidence that links him to this murder scene where the victim was stabbed 43 times. One, if you know anything about, homicide, the number of stabbings that the victim received indicates it being of a personal nature. Whatever. But the second thing is that when there is that many, when you have a crime scene where a victim was stabbed that many times, the fact that there was no DNA to connect Marcellus Williams to the scene is just, it's astonishing. It is astonishing that he was still convicted. And I say astonishing knowing, all the factors in this case that were designed to work against him. But just a reminder that there is still no physical or forensic evidence that tied him to this scene where the victim was stabbed 43 times.
But when he left office, the board dissolved without making any recommendations. Since then, defense attorneys, the current county prosecutor, and even Felicia Gale's family have all asked to take the death penalty off the table.
Have you seen anything like this before?
No, certainly this is an extraordinary case.
We spoke to Williams' attorney, Tricia Rojo Bushnell, before the governor declined to halt the execution.
And I think what many of us struggle with when we see a situation like this is what's the point? How can this be a criminal justice system if this is the kind of outcome it delivers?
A lot of people questioning that this morning. Williams' last chance at sparing his life sits with the U.S. Supreme Court. His legal team and county prosecutors told us they will work until the very last moments to stop Williams' execution. We did reach out to the Attorney General's office, but have not heard back. And I spoke to one of his attorneys this morning who said, you know, they have these 3 pending, cases to the Supreme Court. They're hoping that it makes a difference. And the family has said that they're at peace with whatever decision is made because they've been here before.
Oh, man.
They've been here before.
The idea of going forward with a death sentence when you haven't worked out the questions of guilt or innocence seems crazy to me.
And what's so odd about this one, you all, is you have not only the family, the victim's family saying, wait a minute.
Right.
You have prosecutors saying that. And just the support and the amount of people that are really looking at this case to see what happens next.
Wow, Trika, thank you very much. Appreciate it. The aftermath in the Middle East.
Yeah, this is a case where overwhelmingly anybody who anyone who became aware of it and was covering this case, it was so clear that this was a travesty, that Marcellus Williams should not have should not have been put to death. And yet, that is exactly what happened. And as a reminder, Black people are 13% of the population and make up 41% of death row inmates. So when we say that the death penalty is inherently racist, when we say that the system is inherently racist, that is what we're talking about. That every aspect of every aspect of the criminal justice system, from arrests to convictions to receiving a sentence like the death penalty, there's just racism baked into it. We know that racial bias is at play in every level of the criminal justice system, and it's used as a weapon. It's often used as a weapon to force defendants to admit their guilt, even when they did not commit a crime. They will threaten the death penalty. They'll put it on the table as if you don't take a plea deal, if you do not say that you're guilty, then you are going to face the death penalty if you proceed forward. Okay, let's take a look at
at 6 p.m. Central Time today. On Monday, Republican Governor Mike Parson turned down Williams' bid for clemency, followed a short time later by the Missouri Supreme Court rejecting his latest legal challenge. Williams is African-American. He was convicted in 2001 of killing a former St. Louis Post-Dispatch reporter.
And like 58% of eventual exonerations after being found guilty. I mean, as I said, guilty or innocent, the death penalty should be abolished. And the fact that if there had even just been one innocent person, and far more than one innocent person has been put to death by the state, but even just one is an indictment on the system.
Reporter Leisha Gale, who's white, during a robbery. He was convicted by 11 white jurors and 1 black juror after the prosecution was allowed to preemptively strike out 6 other prospective black jurors. Williams always maintained his innocence. The jurors, the prosecutor, and the murder victim's family all oppose Williams' execution.
Yeah, he was a black man in the state of Missouri in the 90s who was accused of murdering a white woman. And he had a mostly white jury, with the exception of 1 black juror, and that was intended. One potential black juror had been dismissed because the prosecutor felt he looked too similar to Marcellus Williams, And so, you know, like I said, the cards were stacked against Marcellus Williams from the get-go.
For more, we're joined in Kansas City, Missouri by Tricia Rojo Bushnell, Marcellus Williams attorney, executive director of the Midwest Innocence Project. Welcome to Democracy Now! We only have a few minutes, but it's possible that Marcellus Williams only has a few hours. Can you explain what you are calling for and what this case at the last minute is all about?
Yes, at this time, we're asking for what Marcellus Williams has been asking for 23 years, which is for a court to take a full and accurate review of the proceedings before it. Right now, for the first time ever, a few weeks ago, the prosecutor had to take the stand and testify under oath about his strikes that he used during the jury selection process. And at that hearing, he testified that he, at least in part, struck a juror based on his race. Yet right now, we have yet to have a court who will fully examine and review that evidence. We know that that's a violation of the Constitution. The prosecutor agrees that violated Williams' constitutional rights. But what we see is a system that's looking at finality over fairness, rushing to get to an execution date instead of taking the time to stop this execution and look at the merits of what is being argued.
And what was the main evidence against him? And could you talk about the advanced DNA testing or what is revealed about the murder weapon?
Yes. So Mr. Williams was convicted based on what we know is a leading cause of wrongful conviction, which is essentially informant testimony. So this is a murder where there were no leads for months and months. And then at some point, the police suggested to the victim's husband that he should offer a reward. And it was only then, after a $10,000 reward had been offered, that the first informant came forward, a jailhouse informant, who said also that he wouldn't testify until he got the money. The information he provided was information that was essentially out in the public sphere from the newspaper, but he also provided information about another informant, a woman named Laura Asaro, who had had connections to Marcellus Williams in the past. She also not only had incentivized by the reward money, but police forced her to talk by picking her up on her own warrants and saying, you know, we can arrest you and charge you with these crimes unless you help us here. At the time of the crime, there was a number of pieces of...
It is do anything to achieve a conviction. That is so often what we see with our criminal justice system is it doesn't matter what needs to be done, just get it done.
Forensic evidence, including bloody footprints and hairs found at the crime scene, all of which exclude Marcellus Williams. In 2015, however, Mr. Williams requested additional DNA testing of the murder weapon, which was a knife found still protruding from the victim's body. That DNA testing was performed, male DNA was found on that murder weapon, and it excludes Marcellus Williams. He is not the person who left that DNA on the knife. Based on all of that evidence, the prosecutor reviewed the case, brought forward this motion to overturn Mr. Williams' conviction on the basis of innocence, as well as on the basis of these constitutional violations, including racial discrimination. But on the day before the evidentiary hearing, new DNA testing came in that showed that the DNA on that knife could be consistent with the trial prosecutor's DNA and the trial prosecutor's investigator. At the evidentiary hearing, we've now learned that they mishandled that knife. They touched it without gloves in 2001 repeatedly, essentially destroying any potential probative value this critical evidence would have, which is what the prosecutor now also concedes was a constitutional violation.
So, Tricia, who is in charge at the U.S. Supreme Court of this case? What has to happen today?
So the stay motions go to Justice Kavanaugh, but the courts are going to be reviewing all of the cert petitions, the requests that the Supreme Court take on the case, as well as the motions to stop the execution. There are 3 petitions pending before the U.S. Supreme Court right now. The first is regarding the governor, Parson, had dissolved what was called a board of inquiry that was created to review all of this evidence. He dissolved it, even though Governor Eric...
Also, correct me if I'm wrong, I haven't seen anything from either Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. Obviously, you know, neither of them had the actual power to stop this from happening, but they certainly could have used their... they certainly could have used their standing as the fucking president and current vice president and the person running for president. And I wonder if this has to do with the fact that they quietly removed the death penalty from, that Democrats have removed the death penalty from the 2024 platform. Yeah, no, they said nothing about it. And I saw this. It's not. I don't know if this is confirmed, but I saw this online that apparently Kamala Harris, Marcellus Williams' name was being blocked from the comments on Kamala Harris's official TikTok page.
Bidens had appointed it. So the first is regards to whether or not he was able to do that. The second is whether the federal court should have reopened the case to allow this new evidence of racial discrimination in the jury selection to be heard. And the last one filed last night is about what weight should the prosecutor be given, his concessions be given. And we know that the U.S. Supreme Court has already granted review of a similar case, the case of Richard Glossip out of Oklahoma, where the attorney general there said the same thing, that constitutional error occurred here and we shouldn't execute him. And so for those same reasons, the court should hear this case as well.
Rojo Bushnell, executive director of the Midwest Innocence Project, the prosecutor, the jurors, and the victim's family have called for him not to be executed.
This is the poem that one of the poems. So Marcellus Williams was he was a really beautiful writer and wrote a lot of poetry, and he cared very deeply about what was going on. About what is going on in Gaza. And this is a poem that he wrote. The perplexing smiles of the children of Palestine. Despite the actions of the few and excessive retaliation, drones, planes, bombs, tanks, rubble, buildings demolished, vanished houses and neighborhoods, hospitals targeted, UN shelters disrespected, murder, death, deliberate killing of non-combatants, babies buried alive, amputations, hunger, and political starvation. Lack of or no water, strategic sanitation, daily terror, and terrorized daily. Military maneuvering, moving here and there to return back again to nowhere. Trauma with all its manifestations. International parleys and hesitation. Defiance to the realization of two nations. Global aid thwarted, global amnesia. Siblings and relatives gone forever. Parental worries in the face of apex arrogance. And ethnic cleansing by any definition. Still, your laughter can be heard, and somehow you are able to smile. Oh, resilient children of Palestine. And it is like, it's just so clear that what links the murder of, the legal murder of Marcellus Williams to the thousands of children and adults who have been killed in Gaza is that this is state-sponsored violence. This is pure, unadulterated violence of the state. He understood that what's affecting Palestine and him are interconnected. Absolutely. And this is also something we'll get to later with Ta-NAHEISI Coates, who has returned back to nonfiction writing and is very much so... was incentivized to do so because of his recognizing of the connection between imperialism abroad and colonialism that still affects Black people to this day back home in the United States. Yes, this is what we refer to as shared struggles. The struggle for, the shared struggle for liberation and the fight against state-sponsored violence. Missouri is going to execute a legally innocent man tonight, and while it is nauseating and infuriating and morally beyond comprehension, many American courts, including SCOTUS, pro-life, have made it quite clear this is fine. Guilt is actually not the point, finality is. Scalia famously wrote that the Constitution doesn't protect someone from a wrongful execution. Thomas agreed. In 2022, SCOTUS acknowledged the innocence claims of Barry Lee Jones, who was on death row in Arizona, but barred a federal court from considering the innocence claim. Long story, thankfully, Barry Lee Jones's conviction was vacated by a federal judge last year. This is why who is in the, who is nominated, who's appointed and voted into these positions of federal and state and federal judges is extremely important. When you have judges who are working to maintain the system as it is, which is incredibly discriminatory at every single level, then we will continue to have the results that we had today, where an innocent man was executed by the state. Here is Radley Blacko on SCOTUS's history of cheering the execution of legally innocent people. The Supreme Court's own history ought to impart some lessons here. In 1994, Scalia described in an unrelated death penalty case the heinous nature of the rape and murder for which Henry McCollum was convicted and sentenced to death in North Carolina. It was, Scalia argued, a poster case for the death penalty. About 20 years later, McCollum was exonerated and freed. In 2006, Chief Justice John G. Roberts Jr. wrote a dissenting opinion defending the Tennessee conviction of Paul House that also included graphic descriptions of the crime and a recitation of the state's narrative as if it were fact. House, too, was later exonerated and released. Thomas joined both of those opinions. He seems utterly unchastened that both were so clearly and consequentially wrong. These are justices in the highest court in this land who are so clearly bloodthirsty and care nothing about the moral weight of the death penalty. They care nothing about they care nothing about the nature of someone being guilty or innocent. It's simply about carrying through with this state violence. It is simply making sure that the death penalty continues and that year after year, people are executed in this country. In 1993, then Chief Justice Rehnquist wrote for the majority that someone on death row wasn't entitled to federal habeas corpus relief when the petition was based on a claim that new evidence proved their innocence but didn't allege other constitutional violations. Again, quoting Scalia here, there is no basis in text, tradition, or even in contemporary practice, if that were enough, for finding in the Constitution a right to demand judicial consideration of newly discovered evidence of innocence brought forward after conviction. So basically, we don't give a fuck. We do not care. There is nothing that we will consider after the fact to change the result and to consider not applying the death penalty. Yeah, rest in hell, Scalia. Not to put too fine a point on it, but this is the system functioning as it's meant to. It's not meant to deeply consider each individual's circumstances. It's a meat grinder that takes from caged people the only non-renewable things, their time and sometimes their lives. Yeah. The death penalty is discriminatory in that it's disproportionately carried out against people from a poor socioeconomic background, people who have a history of mental illness and being abused, and circumstances that, of course, were they convicted of a crime, it doesn't excuse if they were guilty of that crime, but it needs to be taken into consideration when applying something as heinous as the death penalty, which is why, for simplicity, it doesn't matter guilt or innocence. The death penalty is barbaric, point blank.
How does hope apply to where you are right now in life?
Steady up. Thank you for the 5 months.
Hope.
This is Marcellus Williams' son.
A miracle happens, you know what I'm saying? I hope it's all I wish is to free my father from abundant enslavement and spare his life.
What would you say to the Supreme Court if you had the opportunity to testify on behalf of your dad?
I would try to make them see that this is a murder on their behalf, and this is wrong, And I believe my father is truly innocent, and they need to take a closer look.
Have you allowed yourself to even get to Tuesday right now?
Yeah, I already put it inside my body that I would be a witness to the execution. I'm gonna stand there firm and show my dad he's not alone if this was it comes to, and I'm ready for it. My mindset, my spirit, strong. Like, I'm doing this for my dad. It's bigger than me. So for me to be there in that time, if it comes to that, it's like an honor where I'm gonna see him off. So if this is the way that he going out, We already made peace.
Has he said that to you, that he's made peace?
Multiple times. It's not even just making peace. It's like, this is a natural way of life. You're going to die.
Thanks for watching.
Ugh, it is so heartbreaking.
Growing controversy in Missouri over the fate of 55-year-old inmate Marcellus Williams, who's set to be put to death on Tuesday.
If this were merely a wrongful conviction without the death penalty attached, it would be a much different case.
He was convicted of first-degree murder of Felicia Gale in 1998, but his attorneys say the murder weapon was handled by multiple people, tainting DNA.
And the family sue the state over this. I mean, sure, you can always bring a legal suit, but it's a matter of if it will have any legs to stand on. Ziant, thank you for the prime.
Evidence.
The evidence and its mishandling definitely had an effect on the case overall.
Prosecutors were ready to cut a deal for Williams to get life without parole back in August. Everyone was on board except Missouri Attorney General Andrew Bailey.
The Attorney General's office just took a absolute hard line, resisting any hearing, any evidence, any conclusion other than finality.
And this is exactly what that Twitter thread was talking about, where, people like the Supreme Court justices, like Attorney General Bailey, like Governor Parson, it is about finality. This was the decision that was originally made, and we are sticking with that, and we are going to pursue it to its ends. Abul Lodi, thank you for the prime. And it is, it's just, it's devastating. It's devastating that those with the power to see this through until the end were the ones who had no stake in this case, right? They were not the victim's family. They were not the prosecuting attorney's office. They were not anyone who had been originally connected to this case, and yet they had all the political power to ensure that Marcellus was executed.
In a press release, Bailey agreed the murder weapon had been handled by many actors, but also indicated the victim's personal items were found in Williams' car after her killing. The judge agreed with Bailey, and the execution date remains. But this puts a new spotlight on Attorney General Bailey and his role in other cases. Chris Dunn served more than 30 years for a murder conviction in St. Louis before key witnesses recanted. A judge ruled this year he should be released immediately. But Bailey's office blocked that too, saying the witnesses' reversals were coerced. The state's high court stepped in and Dunn was released a week later. Bailey also opposed the release of Sandra Hemme, who served 40 years in prison for a murder even after a judge overturned her conviction. Bailey's office argued she should serve additional time for a previous violent conviction.
For decades, attorneys general of this state have always taken the position that the conviction and sentence and appeal are over. The case is final, and it's their job to protect finality.
Michael Wolff is the former Chief Justice of the Missouri Supreme Court. He worked directly on the Williams case.
The ethical standards of our profession say that the prosecutor's job is not just to secure a conviction, but to see that justice is done.
In a statement, Bailey's office says, in part, too often people forget about all of the evidence that was used to convict the defendant. We review each case on a case-by-case basis. Dunn, in an interview alongside his wife, tells us he and others like him have a hard time moving forward.
Don't ever say that it can't happen to you, because just as it's done to me, it can happen to anyone.
Stephen Roma, NBC News.
Thanks for watching.
One swag cat, thank you for the 5 months.
Since the death penalty was reinstated,
This is a video on the origins of the death penalty and its stain on America.
in 1976, more than 1,500 people have been executed by the United States government. In that time, 190 people who were sentenced to death have been exonerated. And right now, more than 2,400 people are sitting on death row in prisons throughout the U.S.
In a lot of ways, the death penalty functions as
like a 15th century or a medieval solution to a very complicated set of 21st century problems. And the death penalty remains as inhumane as it ever has been.
So how do we get here? The use of the death penalty in the US can be traced back 400 years to the colonial period, brought to the colonies by European settlers. Laws on capital punishment varied from colony to colony, a foreshadowing of the state-by-state.
I think the U.S. is the number 5 country in the world with the most, that carries out the most death penalties. I think China's number 1, and I think the United States is number 5.
Variation that exists today.
And you
By the
look at
mid-19th century,
like you look at the population of the United States compared to China. I mean, it's, you know, horrific that this is happening around the world, but a reminder of the fact that we are still the number 1 country when it comes to incarceration per capita, and how we are number 5 when it comes to the number of state carried out state executions.
some states were beginning to question state executions. Still, capital punishment remained largely intact, but to some, the process wasn't efficient enough in exacting cruelty.
Lynch mobs often criticize the state-sanctioned execution processes as being slow and ineffective and costly, and therefore decided that they wanted to take a mechanism into their own hands and issue racial terror themselves.
This is Robert Ponce, an attorney and legal fellow with the ACLU Capital Punishment Project and the ACLU of Southern California.
The state saw the lynch mob as being a direct threat against their authority to issue physical domination and social control over its everyday citizens. And so the state's law enforcement and criminal punishment systems made it a mission to prove to the lynch mob and to society that they could exact retribution to wrongdoers accused of committing criminal offenses.
As lynchings declined in the early 1900s, state-sanctioned executions rose dramatically until the 1930s. Around that time, approximately 160 people were being put to death by the government each year. But
yeah, and also it costs about over $1 million for each death penalty inmate. 1 million more than a general pop inmate. So not only is it incredibly barbaric, but it is extremely expensive to kill someone via the death penalty.
But these executions didn't have broad support. By the 1960s, public opinion in favor of the death penalty had dropped significantly. Gallup polls found that the amount of Americans in support of capital punishment declined from 62% in 1936 to 42% in 1966. In 1972, the Supreme Court issued a landmark decision that reflected public opinion. The court ruled in Furman versus Georgia that the death penalty was cruel and unusual punishment, which violated the Constitution. This ruling effectively suspended the death penalty nationwide.
In the Supreme Court's decision in Furman v. Georgia in 1972, the Supreme Court compared being issued a death sentence to being struck by lightning.
A justice on the majority of Furman wrote that it was unconstitutional for the death penalty to continue with a system that allows for executions to be so wantonly and so freakishly imposed. In other words, the Supreme Court saw the death penalty as arbitrary. After states imposed additional rules to supposedly eliminate its arbitrary use, capital punishment was reinstated in 1976, just 4 years later.
We hold that the statutory system under which Gregg was sentenced to death does not violate the Constitution.
Since then, more than 1,500 people have been executed across the country. Yet the death penalty continues to be arbitrarily applied. Whether or not someone lives or dies depends less on what they do and more on unrelated circumstances. Firstly, it varies depending on location. 26 states have abolished or placed a moratorium on the death penalty, but 24 states still enact capital punishment, and the decision to seek execution is up to local prosecutors. So whether or not you're sentenced to death could depend not only on what state you're in, but what side of the county line you're on.
Yeah, and to be clear, even if a state has dismantled the death penalty, it is still used Like it still, capital punishment still remains on the books, like in a state such as California, where Gavin Newsom was like, no, we will, no one will ever be put to death on my watch. And it's used by district attorneys to force guilty pleas from defendants. And it's also used to, it's used to make juries even more favorable to to producing a guilty conviction when you have death qualified them, which basically means ensuring that any jury who is on the any jury who is chosen for the trial does not have any moral qualms whatsoever to something like the death penalty. So this is also why death penalty cases are so expensive. I mean, there's multiple reasons why capital punishment is extremely costly when it comes to the sentencing, comes to the resources that are used, the jury selection being incredibly complicated, the process taking a very, very long time as opposed to non-capital cases. And that's because if you as a jury show even one crumb of moral hesitance in regards to the death penalty being applied, then you are going to be dismissed.
5 counties in Texas and in Oklahoma are responsible for most of the executions that have taken place within the last several years.
It's not a coincidence that those states are in the South, where the Civil War era lynch mobs that paved the way for capital punishment were most prevalent.
100 years ago, black people accused of committing crimes against white people were among the primary targets of the lynch mob. Today, the death penalty system in the United States continues that trend.
In some states, those convicted of crimes against white people are significantly more likely to face the death penalty than those involved in cases with black victims. Black defendants are 4 times more likely than white defendants to be sentenced to death. Black people also currently make up 41% of those on death row, despite representing only 13% of the general population.
Yeah, and also that disparity is higher when the defendant is black or Latino and the victim was white or Asian. So depending on the race of the defendant and the race of the victim will create an even bigger disparity in the percentage of death row inmates.
Additionally, black people are 7.5 times more likely than white people to be wrongfully convicted of murder, yet they're more likely to face a longer imprisonment prior to being exonerated. Beyond the fact that the death penalty is sought and applied in a random, unjust manner, it's also really expensive.
When the Trump administration resumed federal executions after a 17-year hiatus, it cost $4.7 million to conduct the executions of the first 5 people executed during the summer of 2020.
There are several reasons why.
Yeah, also, remember when Donald Trump was like, we're going to kill all drug dealers? Like, if you're a drug dealer, you get the death penalty. But then he pardoned convicted drug dealer Alice Johnson, which, yeah, that was the morally right thing to do. But the only reason that he did that is because Kim Kardashian took up Alice Johnson's cause and personally visited with Donald Trump, used her platform to bring attention to Alice Johnson's case. And so Trump, in a, thumbs up way of getting a nice PR pick, pardoned Alice Johnson. So this is what we mean by arbitrary and political, where if you're not an Alice Johnson whose cause was taken up by one of the most famous people in the world, Kim Kardashian, then you're not going to get a pardon from Donald Trump.
Executions are so costly. On top of funding the prosecution and the judge, taxpayers often also cover the cost of the defense attorneys because many people facing death sentences can't afford their own legal representation. Additionally, capital trials are a lengthy process. They can be 4 times as long as a regular trial. And while those on death row are in prison, many are in solitary confinement. which is more expensive for departments of corrections than Gen Pop. What's more, everyone on death row is entitled to multiple appeals, which are complicated processes that can take decades.
One major thing about the immense financial costs of the death penalty is that so many people are wrongfully convicted and later have their sentences overturned on appeal.
So given everything we know about the arbitrary and discriminatory nature of the death penalty, who is it really serving?
Many victims' families don't want to have anything to do with an execution, much less to have the memories of their lost loved ones be continuously litigated in a court in a very public setting.
But there are still plenty of people who are in favor of capital punishment. As of 2022, 55% of Americans surveyed in a Gallup poll supported the death penalty.
There are many people within society who continue to advocate that the death penalty is necessary to exact retribution or justice, but the death penalty has never been about justice. It is about retribution, it's about vengeance, and some of our ugliest societal impulses and urges. But the death penalty's history tells no lies. It is a history of racial animus. It is a history of arbitrary application. It is a history of executing the most vulnerable people within society. And the death penalty remains as inhumane as it ever has been.
The US is one of the few democratic nations that still uses capital punishment. In fact, more than 70% of the world's nations have gotten rid of the death penalty. It's time Americans ask themselves, do we want to be a country that allows the government to arbitrarily decide who gets to live and who gets to die?
Yeah, and I think a big thing to consider is that there is no jury in the world. There are no individuals who are qualified to weigh something like a person's moral worth when considering applying, when considering something like the death penalty. I think that's something, those non-tangibles, right? We're not talking about concrete evidence. We're not talking about tangibles in a case that a jury that has been, that has been selected and has been determined to be qualified to serve in the trial. We're not talking about that. We're talking about non-tangibles that have to do with considering a person's moral worth and, considering like the right of a person to, no matter what crime they've been convicted, to not be killed by the state after a decision of a jury of their peers. Who genuinely feels like they are qualified to decide, to make a decision that is the legal, that gives legal permission to taking another human's life. I know of a really good YouTube video essay about how the state uses technology to lie about the brutal nature of the death penalty if you want it. Oh yeah, that's the other thing, is that people think lethal injection is humane. First of all, there's no such thing as a humane way of killing a person. But it is not. That is a lie that has been sold. It is incredibly painful. There is no method of which, to which the death penalty is applied that does not lead to excruciating pain for the person who is being put to death. Nothing about sentencing someone to die, killing someone is humane. Right. I apologize for interrupting your topic, but did you already talk about Ta-NAHEISI Coates' profile in New York Mag? Nope, not yet. Gameroff, yeah, you can go ahead and link that YouTube video essay. I don't know if we'll watch that today, but that's, it's something that people can have. Man, it is just, it is a very sad day, and there's a lot of people who spent years dedicating their time and energy and, you know, did everything in their power, everything they could to try and save Marcellus Williams' life. And Governor Parson was never going to budge on the issue. It was very clear. It was very clear that there was literally nothing that would have kept him from seeing through the murder of Marcellus Williams. I think John Oliver has a video on Jacob Geller. Yeah, Jacob Geller's great. We've watched a few of his videos on here. I think John Oliver did a piece on the death penalty. It's pretty old, I think. Oh my God, this is John Oliver with old John Oliver teeth.
The Statue of Liberty's nose, covering the biggest news of the week, whatever that.
This is from 10 years ago. This one's from 5 years ago. I think he did for every crime. Yes, I have been against the death penalty. It's like one of the topics that I remember being I remember changing my mind on in high school. So it's been a very long time that I have been very consistent in being against the death penalty. I believe for every crime, every person, it does not matter. The death penalty should not exist for a lot of reasons that I just talked about over the last 45 minutes. And in high school, the reason that I became radicalized on this issue is I was in AP English, and we had to pick a topic to write a persuasive essay on, or I think we were given a topic, and mine was abolishing the death penalty. And so I, started doing research. I looked into it, and I realized pretty quickly that it is an incredibly heinous part of our, of our justice system, which is already heinous in and of itself, and how it should be abolished. And I wrote my essay on this, and I ended up sending it to the White House, addressed to Barack Obama. Because I thought to myself that he might read my essay and work on abolishing the death penalty. I didn't get a response, but that's where my being against the death penalty originated. Okay. What I have learned from seeing responses to something like the death penalty being used, to Israel's genocidal campaign in Gaza, their ethnic cleansing campaign in the West Bank, now what they're doing in Lebanon, is that there are a lot of people who are way too comfortable with death, that they have no moral quandaries when it comes to state-sponsored violence. And that is a personal moral failing. If you are a person who does not stop to question the morality of state-sponsored violence and death, then that is an indictment on you. And I think, I think it's I think there's a similarity in the justification that is used, whether somebody is killed by a bomb in Gaza or they are shot by the police in the streets of Chicago, or they are put to death by the state of Missouri. And I think it is a lack of humanization. I think it is a belief that the state is correct simply because they are the state, and they are, there's a superiority because of their authority, authority figures being trusted, and a hesitation to see any wrongdoing. Blind deference to authority. Yes, absolutely. I also think a desensitizing as well. I agree. But yeah, there's a lot of people who really have very harsh opinions on who has the right to life and who does not. And I think you have to ask yourself, like, who are you to make a decision like that? Why are you a person who believes that you have the qualifications to weigh human life and determine which life is valuable and worth advocating for? Majority of those who are pro-execution are pro-life, and it's bullshit, makes no sense. Yeah, I think it's a reminder that pro-life is not about life, it's about control. It's about power. It's about oppression. It's never about the value of human life. And that's why you see, the hypocrisy with pro-lifers who have no qualms about the right to, the woman's rights being taken away, that her life does not matter at all. No qualms about something like the death penalty, because it is all about power and controlling the right to life. That there are people in this country who believe that certain who believe that there's a separation in who gets to have a say in the rights of others and whose rights are up on the chopping block, who does not have a right to their life. Always makes me think of that Bill Hicks joke about how come pro-life people aren't protesting outside of cemeteries. Or maybe it's because a baby who hasn't committed a crime. Oh boy, here we go. Baby who hasn't committed a crime is far different than an adult who has. Okay, first of all, babies are committing crimes. Clearly you're not aware of the statistics of baby criminals. Okay, I guess you're not aware of the terrorist babies. Hello. Big problem in the Middle East. A lot of terrorist babies. A lot of babies committing heinous crimes. Damn, this is dark. Yeah, I mean, what, okay, yes. That is there's a lot going on in that statement there. Ahem. Just, you know what? I think it's easier if you're just like, yeah, no, there are people who deserve to die. Death is something that we are absolutely qualified, that people in power are absolutely qualified to make the decision on. And there are no moral considerations that need to be had. And even though we have just spent the past hour or so talking about all the problems with the death penalty and how often people who are on death row are later exonerated, and sometimes exonerated after they've already been killed. And, you know, regardless, the morality of the death penalty, in that it is completely immoral, regardless of someone being guilty or innocent. And then and then I guess the second part of the statement has to do with the right to bodily autonomy, which you believe that women and pregnant people do not have the right to make choices determining their own bodies and their own lives. So yeah, that's what it is. You don't believe that people have that right to their own autonomy. Okay. From political gain, is separate from prosecutorial overreach, is separate from racial bias, is separate from the physical pain of something like a lethal injection. Yeah, the death penalty in a world that is a world of fantasy, that it is not tied to all of those things that I just listed. Yeah. And so in that world, people are like, no, the death penalty, capital punishment, is good. It is justifiable. Boofing Kush, thank you for the 5 months.
Since then,
a lot of Americans are very callous and bloodthirsty. Even with shootings, it's easy to tell yourself you want to experience this kind of violence. I wish people would understand the terror of people actively trying to blow you up, or how war brings suffering to innocent people. It makes me sick to hear callous talk. I think a good example of this is how the definition of terror, you know, who is considered a terrorist group and who is not. And it's not a matter of actions. It's a matter of who's doing it that gets labeled with terrorism, right? And so if you're, if you're a brown person, if you're a group of militants in the Middle East, you will be labeled a terrorist group for the actions that your group has taken. But the same actions taken by some, an entity like the State of Israel or the United States, which is responsible for far more civilian deaths than the groups that have been labeled terrorist groups by states like the United States of America. Their actions are not considered terrorism because it is the United States who is doing it. So it is not based on the actions that are being done. It's based on who is doing those actions. Who is doing those actions and to whom? Yes. Who is doing it and to whom? Exactly. So when we covered the pager explosions in Lebanon, the point that I was making, and that a lot of people have made, is that if this had been done, if Hezbollah had done this to to Israel, it would have been immediately and nonstop labeled as a terrorist attack by, Western governments and Western media. But because it was Israel who did this to, Lebanon, and many victims being Lebanese civilians, it is not called terrorism because of who is doing it and to whom. Execution 2. Alabama nitrogen gas. They were conscious for several minutes into the execution, then appeared to shake and writhe on the gurney for 2 minutes. They said that was followed by several minutes of deep breaths until his breathing slowed. It was no longer perceptible. Sounds very human. That's a perfect way to sum it up, is that the distinction here is, do you believe that people should be legally killed by the state or not? And, arguing over the various ways to do it doesn't change that fundamental question. There is a case of someone on death row who fell ill and was resuscitated 5 times. The state revived him so they won't lose their chance to execute him. The whole idea of capital punishment is absurd. It's about finality. Again, it is always about finality. It is always about making sure that the capital punishment is carried out no matter what. No matter if there are, circumstances surrounding an inmate on death row, such as with Marcellus Williams. The state of Missouri, under the governance of Parson and the Attorney General Bailey, we're never going to deter from putting Marcellus Williams to death. All right. Well, I think we thoroughly covered this story, and rest in power, Marcellus Williams. This is just a very sad, horrifying day. Just another day in the United States of America. And now let's talk about, let's talk about the Rashida Tlaib smear campaign, which is just so obviously bad, and so obviously just another smear campaign against Rashida Tlaib. So let's start off here. Okay. All right, so in case you missed it, Rashida Tlaib was talking with journalist Steve Nievling about the Attorney General of Michigan, Dana Nessel's decision to charge 11 pro-Palestine protesters at the University of Michigan. So this happened on September 12th. And as in case you don't know, of the 11 pro-Palestine protesters, I believe 3 are Muslim, and then the remainder are Jewish or Jewish/non-Muslim. So when Rashida Tlaib in this interview is talking about an anti-Palestinian bias, she is referring to anybody who is protesting on behalf of Palestine, which includes a lot of Jewish people, who have been slandered and labeled as self-hating Jews, who have been charged during protests where they were, protesting on behalf of Palestinian liberation. So what Tlaib said What Tlaib said initially was during a Black Palestine Solidarity panel. This was moderated by Mehdi Hassan. And she said, instead of getting justice, not one criminal charge in the Flint water crisis, you're going to spend time in trying to use the power of your office to silence people's First Amendment right. On September 13th, in an interview with the Detroit Metro Times, she elaborated and said, this is a move that's going to set a precedent, and it's unfortunate that a Democrat made that move. You would expect that from a Republican, not a Democrat. I disagree, but I know what she's saying. And it's really unfortunate. We've had the right to dissent, the right to protest. We've done it for climate, the immigrant rights movement, for Black lives, and even around issues of injustice among water shutoffs. But it seems that the Attorney General decided if the issue was Palestine, she was going to treat it differently, and that alone speaks volumes about possible biases within the agency that she runs. Nessel's prosecutions were also criticized by groups, including Michigan's ACLU chapter. On September 20th, days later, Tlaib was the target of a racist editorial cartoon that implied she was part of Hezbollah. The cartoon depicted the only Palestinian member of Congress saying, "Odd, my pager just exploded," in reference to the Israeli military terrorist attacks on Lebanon. On September 22nd, Nessel joined scores of Democrats in condemning the cartoon. Rashida's religion should not be used in a cartoon to imply that she's a terrorist. It's Islamophobic and wrong, Nessel wrote on X. Just as Rashida should not use my religion to imply that I cannot perform my job fairly as Attorney General. It's anti-Semitic and wrong. On September 22nd, then on Sunday, CNN anchor Jake Tapper questioned Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer on the matter. So let's take a look at that clip here. I swear that I had this.
Make of those today.
No. Wait. Where's the clip of him? Hold on one second, y'all. Jake Tapper. Here it is. Here we go.
Other Democrats in your position suggesting that they want to see more from Vice President Harris and Governor Walz in terms of not necessarily speeches in controlled environments, but town halls with voters, more interviews.
No, this is not the clip that I'm looking for.
Attorney General Dana Nessel charged almost a dozen individuals from the University of Michigan over the anti-Israel protests. Among the charges, attempted ethnic intimidation, assaulting or obstructing a police officer, and on and on. These are pro-Palestinian protesters who are being punished and prosecuted. Michigan Democratic Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, who is Palestinian, she called the charges from Nessel, who is Jewish, shameful. And Tlaib said, quote, "It seems that the Attorney General decided if the issue was Palestine, she was going to treat it differently, and that alone speaks volumes about possible biases within the agency she runs," unquote. Nessel responded by saying, quote, "Rashida Tlaib should not use my religion to imply I cannot perform my job fairly as Attorney General. It's anti-Semitic and wrong," unquote. Do you think that Tlaib's suggestion that Nessel's office is biased was anti-Semitic?
Listen, Jake, you know what?
This is, first of all, it is outrageous. Second of all, this is like the type of thing that Jake Tapper loves to spend a ton of airtime on. Talking about manufactured instances of anti-Semitism like this. Has been doing this for months.
Is that I know that our Jewish community is in pain, as is our Palestinian and Muslim and Arab communities in Michigan. I know that seeing the incredible toll that this war has taken on both communities has been really challenging and difficult, and my heart breaks for so many. But as governor, my job is to make sure that both these communities are protected and respected under the law in Michigan, and that's exactly what I'm going to stay focused on.
But do you think Attorney General Nessel is not doing her job? Because Congresswoman Tlaib is suggesting that she shouldn't be prosecuting these individuals that Nessel says broke the law, and that she's only doing it because she's Jewish.
No. See, okay, so this is just straight up lying. This is absolutely dishonest. And you can see Jake Tapper and with Dana Fash, how they have continued to spread lies like this and how they are responsible for conducting, for being a part of these smear campaigns against someone like Rashida.
The protesters are not. That's quite an accusation. Do you think it's true?
Like I said, Jake, I'm not going to get in the middle of this argument.
I think that this was smart on Gretchen Whitmer's behalf. And I think she, she answered this in a way where she's like, no, you're not going to get the answer out of me that you want to get.
I can just say this. We do want to make sure that students are safe on our campuses, and we recognize.
Okay, so anyway, there was Jake Tapper with Gretchen Whitmer, and then here was Dana Fash.
Anti-Semitism is everywhere, and it comes from both ends of the political spectrum. But politicians sometimes...
Dana Fash, who has never dedicated any segment whatsoever to Islamophobia, and instead loves to sink her teeth into these instances of manufactured anti-Semitism, where what Rashida Tlaib was saying was there is a clear bias against pro-Palestinian protesters because of all of the protests that have taken place under Attorney General Nessel's watch. The only one that charges have been brought against was the protests for Palestine, and those charges were brought against protesters who included Jewish, anti-Zionist protesters. So the point is not her saying that, of course the point is that she's not saying that AG Nessel is racist against Palestinians because she's Jewish. Rashida is making the distinction between anybody who is supporting Palestine and then Palestine. She's not saying specifically Palestinians. She's saying anyone in support of Palestine is facing these biases in the justice system. And what she's also saying is that she was very clear to say that it seems as if the pressure is coming down on AG Nessel to bring charges against Palestinian protesters, because this has never been, charges have never been brought against other protesters before, where the, former protests, whether it was for Black Lives Matter, protesting against police brutality, climate change, that there were more instances of violence at those protests, and yet charges were still not brought against any of the protesters.
Sidestep calling it out when it comes from a member of their own party. We saw two examples on State of the Union yesterday. First, with Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, when my co-anchor Jake Tapper asked about a Democratic Congresswoman's accusation that the state's Jewish Attorney General was letting her religion influence her job.
This is straight lying.
Do you think that Tlaib's suggestion...
All right, we just watched this clip.
Jake, Donald Trump has been...
in this country, from the left and the right, but still, preemptively, it's the fault of the Jews?
Well, Jake, Donald Trump has been saying things like this for at least 11 months since the October 7th attack.
I've never heard you...
Can you imagine if the day came where people like Tapper and Fash bothered to cover Islamophobia, bothered to cover anything other than these manufactured instances of anti-Semitism? I'm not talking about real anti-Semitism. I'm talking about taking something like this, the interview that Rashida Tlaib had with the Metro Times, and turning this into a smear campaign of, ooh, Rashida is saying that Nessel's only bringing these charges because of her Jewish religion. And this smells like anti-Semitism to me.
Say anything like that. If we lose, it will be the fault of the Jews.
But Jake, Donald Trump, again, has been saying for months that anyone who cares about Israel, Anyone who cares about the fate of the U.S.-Israel alliance should vote for him.
Top
I'm
Sheet,
talking
thank you
about
for the
Jewish
tier
voters
one.
who vote for any number of reasons on any number of issues.
And he was at an event talking about combating anti-Semitism here and around the world.
Just yes or no, are you comfortable with him using that language?
Jake, it's the same kind of language he's been using for months.
That doesn't mean it's okay.
Yes, but it's his point. Jake, he's the most pro-Israel president we've ever had.
Now, Jake asked that question over and over again. Senator Cotton never answered. Now, Cotton has spoken out when it appears to come from the political left. He actually tweeted there's no place for anti-Semitism in America when Jake posted about people harassing yours truly at a book event. CNN's David Chalian is back with me. I was grateful.
Okay, so anyway, that was the segment from the 23rd. So that was the 22nd and the 23rd. And then the reporter who was the author of the original story that has been completely taken out of context intentionally to smear Congresswoman TLAIB, the reporter, Steve Nievling, published a new article. This article here. Fact check. TLAIB did not say that Nessel charged pro-Palestinian protesters because she's Jewish. The blatant and hateful false claims were peddled by a state lawmaker, the attorney general, and some media outlets. And here was also a tweet. Jake Tapper had tweeted this. The suggestion that Attorney General Nessel, this is Governor Whitmer's statement, would make charging decisions based on her religion as opposed to the rule of law is anti-Semitic. Attorney General Nessel has always conducted her work with integrity and followed the rule of law. We must all use our platform and voices to call hateful rhetoric and racist tropes. Steve Nievling commented, I'm the reporter who interviewed Rashida Tlaib. She never said Nessel did this because she's Jewish. Never. You're spreading lies. The spurious claims stem from an interview that Tlaib did with Metro Times on September 13th. Tlaib, who was born in Detroit to Palestinian immigrants, is the only Palestinian-American member of Congress, argued that the charges were an unjust and heavy-handed response to peaceful civil disobedience. Tlaib pointed out that Nessel, who's been in office since January 2019, has not filed charges against protesters opposed to racism, police brutality, water shutoffs, and environmental contamination, which she's not saying that Nessel should. She's making the point that here you have a very specific group of protesters who have been, who have had charges filed against them. And this is indicative of a pattern across the country where pro-Palestinian protesters have been singled out and have been, disproportionately targeted, whether by the schools that student protesters are a part of, by companies that they work for, by the attorney generals of the states where protests took place. Tlaib never once mentioned Nessel's religion of Judaism, but Metro Times pointed out in the story that Nessel is Jewish, and that appears to be the spark that led to the false claims. It should also be noted that the ACLU of Michigan criticized Nessel for charging peaceful protesters at the University of Michigan. Shortly after the article was published, State Senator Jeremy Moss, a Democrat who is Jewish, posted a screenshot of the story on X and claimed that Tlaib's response was an attempt to divide us into good Jews she accepts and bad Jews. This is so bad faith. This is a disgusting charge of dual loyalty. Jews in America cannot fully uphold American ideals. There are more Jewish protesters who were charged by Nessel than there were Muslim. Like, the point is that anybody who is supporting Palestine is going to face repercussions for it. We're talking about Jewish protesters who are facing consequences for standing up on behalf of Palestinian liberation. What Tlaib actually said was, it seems that the Attorney General decided if the issue was Palestine, she was going to treat it differently, and that alone speaks volumes about possible biases within the agency that she runs. Tlaib was referring to anti-Palestinian attitudes. Institutions throughout the U.S. have disproportionately sided with Israel, and many of them are not run by Jewish people. This is facts. This is facts. But it's only to those who conflate Israel with all Jewish people around the world who will treat any, anything calling out the bias towards, the bias against Palestinian protesters, pro-Palestinian protesters. They will treat that as an instance of anti-Semitism. It's exhausting. Okay, so then what happened was, here we go. Here's Dana Bash. A clarification on the story we brought you yesterday.
A clarification on a story we brought you yesterday concerning Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib's comments attacking a decision by Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel to bring charges.
This is just journalistic malpractice, and they have done this over and over, and it is intentional as fuck.
Against pro-Palestinian protesters at the University of Michigan. Tlaib accused Nessel of, quote, biases. Here's Tlaib's full quote to the Detroit Metro Times. It seems that the Attorney General decided if the issue was Palestine...
Oh, okay, so you mean that you should have just run her whole fucking comment in the first place and not made stuff up?
She was going to treat it differently. And that alone speaks volumes about possible biases within the agency she runs. Now, Tlaib did not reference Nessel's Jewish identity. Her office has not responded...
Oh, you mean a fact that you knew when you ran your initial segment? When you were spreading lies to smear Congresswoman Tlaib?
To our request for clarity, her allies insist that's not what she meant. But Nessel still says she believes it is anti-Semitic and repeated on CNN yesterday that, quote, clearly she's referencing my religion.
I like what she's doing here. She's like, okay, so that's not what Rashida said, and so we have to issue a clarification. But Nessel still believes that this was anti-Semitism. So we're going to end with that. And we will let you, the viewers, make the decision. And just remember, Nessel is a Jewish woman, and she believes that this was anti-Semitism. So you must then also believe that this is anti-Semitism, or else you are anti-Semitic. And you can see, here's another instance. This is Jewish Insider editor Josh Kraushaar, who quietly edited his Tlaib story to be slightly less libelous. So here we have the first draft of it that ran. Tlaib has also claimed that Nessel is only charging the protesters because she's Jewish. That is straight up defamation. And then you see Tlaib has also suggested that Nessel's only charging the protesters because she's Jewish. So they are softening the wording here, but the intent is still the same. Jake Tapper walks back his claims about Rashida Tlaib. I should note that I misspoke yesterday. Oh, okay.
Your views of Tlaib's comments. What do you make of the... I should note that I misspoke yesterday when asking a follow-up of Governor Whitmer, who I asked about this. I was trying to characterize your...
Yeah, but here's the thing. These guys have been doing this not just for the past year. Obviously, they've been very heavy-handed over the last year of Israel's constant assault on Gaza in manufacturing consent for the state of Israel. But they have, for a very long time, been, propagandists for the state of Israel. So no, this is not simply I must say that I misspoke, that it was an accident. Two dumb bitches telling each other. Exactly.
What do you make of those today, noting that Congresswoman Tlaib never explicitly said that your bias was because of your religion, and so it's unfair for you to make that allegation? I should note that I misspoke yesterday when...
Oh, these assholes. Bash did an entire segment saying Tlaib was an example of anti-Semitism that her colleagues wouldn't condemn. Bash didn't qualify that false charge the way she's qualifying this correction. Tlaib did not say what Bash and others claimed. Period. Do better. Of course, the manufactured lie about TLAIB has wholly obscured that TLAIB was victim to a racist cartoon donning the pages of publications like the National Review. Yeah, but they don't care about that. They do not care about... They don't care about Islamophobia at all, which is why they never cover it on CNN. They don't give a fuck. That she had actually begun garnering support and sympathy from her colleagues, and that TLAIB's original sin was speaking out in defense of students protesting their tuition supporting a U.S.-funded genocidal campaign in Palestine. TLAIB's original remarks criticizing Nessel focused on the prosecution of pro-Palestine protesters, critiques shared by advocacy groups, including the Michigan chapter of the ACLU. Most of the charges are against students, including Jewish students, who refused to vacate a campus encampment after police ordered them to leave as they demanded the school divest from weapons manufacturers and war profiteers complicit in the genocide in Palestine. The arrest came as police allegedly used batons and deep freeze, self-described as the most intense and incapacitating agent available today to arrest the students. Just some good old police brutality against peaceful student protesters who are now facing charges from the AG in Michigan. It's disgusting, man. It's disgusting, and she is the only Palestinian American member of Congress and has been subjected to these disingenuous, bad faith, racist attacks for the last year. When even the ACLU are against the decision, yes, the ACLU, along with a number of major advocacy groups, are against the decision to prosecute the student protesters. Jonathan Greenblatt, the CEO of the ADL, posted on X Monday addressing Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer while alleging that TLAIB had made an anti-Semitic statement about Attorney General Dana Nessel. Oh. You know, it's so frustrating to watch this happen, and I am not Palestinian. I'm not Muslim. And so imagine being a Muslim person and, you know, let alone Palestinian. Just Muslim in general. And having to live in this reality where racism that you experience is not racism that will ever get any attention, you know? And how just this, just a year, we're almost at a year. We are almost at a year into the nonstop assault on Gaza and the genocide of Palestinians, and how motherfuckers like Jake Tapper and Dana Bash are still spending time on air making up these bullshit claims of anti-Semitism by people like Rashida Tlaib. It is it's beyond maddening. And again, I say this as someone who is not Palestinian, who is not Arab, who is not Muslim. And the double standard that is just fully on display every single time here. And also the erasure too of Jews who are being punished, who are facing charges, Jewish students who are facing charges for for protesting their school's investment with the state of Israel. Like, these are Jewish students who are having to, who are facing these charges and having psychos like Jake Tapper and Dana Fash talk all about how, well, this is anti-Semitism to accuse A.G. Nessel of being pressured to bring these charges. Like, what about these Jewish students? What about these Jewish students who are expected to go along with what Israel does, or else they're self-hating Jews? Just acknowledging the humanitarian of Palestinians is seen as anti-Semitic. Yeah, I mean, we say it over and over again. If you are Palestinian, your existence is anti-Semitic. You will be called anti-Semitic for just being alive. It's infuriating. Yeah. All right, let's talk about Chapel. But I wanted to cover this story, one, because I think it's a really clear example of how a lie starts and is spread by by major media outlets like CNN. And this is what they have been doing for a year. They have been, they have been at the head of these false, at these false statements and smear campaigns, and often don't even issue the measly bullshit clarifications that they were forced to issue after it was very clear that they were just lying about what Rashida Tlaib said. A lot of times they just get up there and they lie and then they move on. That's it. That's all. Okay. Jake Tapper lied. What? Okay. So we've got a couple parts to the Chapel ROAN story here. And she also put out a TikTok a little bit ago and clarified what is going on. And what I will say is they are doing their damned best to try and make us hate Chapel ROAN, and you will never make me hate Chapel ROAN. You will never make me hate Chapel ROAN. So far, she has not said anything that I think is wrong. Everything that she said, and they are now, every fucking outlet is releasing multiple Chapel ROAN quotes a day. And just so much attention has been put on every single thing that she says. And to that I say, you will never make me hate her. And also, what has she been wrong about? What has she been wrong about? The fact that she is not adhering to how a lot of y'all think that a celebrity should behave, and certainly when it comes to liberal Hollywood's involvement in politics, that you think that she is a nightmare, that you think that she is wrong, that you think that she is a bitch and a brat and doesn't deserve the spotlight that she has, shouldn't have the spotlight, that she can't handle fame. Oh, where's her PR team? No, she doesn't need a fucking PR team. Why does she need a PR team to sanitize her statements? Chapel, and I know I'm always like, don't do celebrity worship, but Chapel is one of the realest fucking celebrities out there right now. Genuinely. She is not mincing her words. She is not running her statements through a fancy, expensive PR team. She is just speaking authentically, and it's not going over well with a lot of her lived up fans who don't want to feel at all responsible for their unadulterated support of somebody like Kamala Harris. They look at Chapel ROAN and they feel uncomfortable that they don't have red lines like her. and that they are morally inconsistent. And so instead of looking inward and going, what does this say about me? What do I believe? You know, am I perhaps morally inconsistent? Instead, they're looking at her and going, ugh, how disappointing. What a shame you have brought to the LGBT. How dare you use drag aesthetics? How dare you call yourself a lesbian? It's like, no, actually, the difference here is that Chappell considers people outside of the United States. What she is looking at as a woman, as a queer artist, she is looking at the United States' actions around the world. She's looking at queer people around the world who have been affected by the U.S. empire. And she's also looking at queer people in the United States who have not been protected by the Democratic Party, by people like Joe Biden, who a lot of her liberal fans are screaming at her to come out and unequivocally support. Like, that's what's going on here. Okay, so anywho, let's it's disgusting how quickly people start using her sexuality and persona against her when she didn't blindly follow the liberal script. Yeah. It just feels like moths to a flame, with the flame being, if you do not adhere to what our expectations of you as a celebrity in liberal Hollywood are, then we will now use your identity against you in a way that we will condemn you for your condemn you for using your identity in the wrong way. Like, if you are a queer artist who is not openly advocating for Kamala Harris and for the Democratic Party's policies, then you are a shame to queer artists ever. You don't deserve to be queer. You don't get to be a queer artist anymore.
Guys, I'm gonna agree with you. I don't have much time. They're after me. I've discovered the truth about the Pop Crave industrial complex. Pop Crave, Pop Juice, Pop Flop, all of its partners in crime are incredibly sinister, and it's all one psyop. It's one psyop to make us constantly argue about stupid rage bait on their posts. It doesn't matter. I already gotta go. The cops are clearly after me. Please listen to what I'm saying. Please heed my warning. Listen, I swear I'm not court mandated to talk about this lady once a month. However, despite the warning I have given 2 times now, people on the internet continue to be extremely weird about her, and in this case, purposefully obtuse. So, quick background, Chappell Roan is a famous LGBTQ drag queen and pop singer. Chappell has had quite the unprecedented meteoric rise over the last, 11 months. I have 2 other videos about her, you should check them out. I'm debating just making an entire playlist at this point. But because Chappell Roan is suddenly very popular, everybody wants to talk to her, and she keeps giving interviews. And those interview quotes make for very good engagement bait because Chappell Roan is a very controversial and polarizing pop star, mainly because she tends to speak very off the cuff and is very honest and vulnerable about her experiences with fame.
Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy that she is now controversial simply because she is honest in what she says? I was talking to Peach Jars. We were just chatting about women and what it's like being a woman online. And I said to her, I was like, you know that I am considered controversial. She was like, what? What the fuck have you even done? I was like, here's what I've done. I'm a woman online who is opinionated, who gives my opinions on things, who speaks about my, I speak about my lived experience as a woman of, as a woman of color. And because of that, I am controversial. That's how it goes. Like, I remember being on Emiru's stream, and Emmy and I were just talking about, we were swapping stories on what it was like growing up in a predominantly white suburb as, one of the only Asian people in the vicinity. My family is half Chinese. I think she's half Asian as well. And how just by us sharing our experiences of, the fetishization that we dealt with from a very young age, there were people in her chat who were saying to Emmy, like, oh no, don't get political. Ooh, stay away from Caroline. She's so toxic. You're not even allowed to speak about your own experiences without it being, oh, gross. Oh, you're getting into politics. Ooh, this is controversial. No politic here. No politic here. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize that my lived experiences were not something that I'm allowed to speak about.
All of them positive. I like Chappell Roan's music. I've defended her on here about the fact that she's very honest toward her relationship with fame. I think it's fine, and in some cases very refreshing. Do I agree with every take that I've read?
Society as soon as a woman gains a semblance of fame. What is she doing? You know what? Talk about someone who's controversial.
Read of hers out of context from the original interview on a Pop Crave adjacent account? No, but it seems as though this cycle that repeats itself every week is starting to get under people's skin, and today I would like to explore why. So this whole controversy started over the weekend when The Guardian released an interview with Chappell Roan. One of the things that the article references is the moment at Governor's Ball earlier this year. I actually happened to be there for this, when Chappell Roan came out on stage in drag dressed as the Statue of Liberty and revealed that she refused to perform at the White House for Pride. The interviewer presumably asks Chappell Roan about this moment, and she says, I have so many issues with our government in every way. There are so many things that I would want to change, so I don't feel pressured to endorse someone. There's problems on both sides.
Oh, God forbid she says
your
this.
Critical thinking skills, use your vote small, vote for what's going on in your city. Now, this is a pretty bad quote.
Yeah, okay. Okay. So that is the quote that has caused people to fucking lose their minds. And what you'll notice is, first of all, she does not say that she's not voting. She is simply saying, I am not going to publicly endorse a candidate because there is not a candidate who, like, what she's saying is that there's not a candidate who I align with enough to publicly endorse them. And all people are narrowing in on is the both sides thing. They're like, so you think that Donald Trump is the same as Kamala when it comes to LGBTQ issues? You're both siding this, you centrist? No, she's not a centrist whatsoever. And if you've listened to anything else that she has said, you will understand that she is and has been very clear as a female queer artist that there are things that the Democrats are doing that they are responsible for that she does not condone, that she is against. And it's why she turned down the invitation to perform at the White House, and why instead she wanted to perform poetry by Palestinian women, and her team talked her out of doing that. And so Chappell has demonstrated time and time again how she feels about the current administration in power, and by no means does that mean that she is a Trump supporter. Of course not. It is laughable. It is laughable to pretend as if her saying here, no, I'm not going to endorse someone because I have issues with both of these political parties, including the one that's currently in power and is, materially responsible for the genocide in Gaza. And so here's what I would tell people instead is use your critical thinking skills. Don't base your voting decision on who I would vote for or would not vote for. And also how she is directing people to local politics. She's like, if you really want the best chance at being a part of progress and change, get involved locally.
Vote small, vote for what's going on in your city. Now, this is a pretty bad quote, especially clipped out of context because she's not being clear. When that whole governor's ball moment happened, she made it pretty clear that she was specifically referring to the US government's ongoing relationship with Israel. I know that because before she said she wasn't going to come to the White House to perform for Pride, she said that she was calling for the freedom of all oppressed people in occupied territories. And while she didn't name Palestine specifically in that moment either, she
Gotta love the way you articulate your ideas. Gotta go to bed, but just want to say enjoy my stay. Thanks. I hope you come back.
On to elaborate about this moment where she decided.
I don't even agree that this is bad out of context. Like, I really do think that it's clear as long as you are not being bad faith about it.
Not to perform for Pride in a Rolling Stone article in which she says, I had picked out some poems from Palestinian women.
I think this is because a lot of, those of us who get it, it's because we also have dealt with this where criticizing Kamala Harris, saying, hey, I'm not comfortable. I am not okay with Kamala Harris's refusal to, materially do anything about Gaza. Her refusal to do something like an arms embargo, to condition aid to Israel. And, Joe Biden is, where the fuck even is Joe Biden? Probably dead. But by saying that, by criticizing the administration in power and the Democratic candidate who is running to replace Joe Biden, has gotten you accused of being a Trump supporter, right? Where it's so you have a problem with what the Democrats are doing, so that means that you want Donald Trump. Why is it black and white like that? Why is it one or the other? If you do not unequivocally support Kamala Harris, that means then that you want Donald Trump.
Trying to do it as tastefully as I could.
No one wants to think anymore, I fear.
I had to find something that's tasteful and to the point and meaningful and not make it about me and how I feel. Chappell ultimately decided against this plan because of a talk with her publicist, in which her publicist allegedly told her, you fuck with the president and the government, your security is not the same and neither is your family's. The end of this article even addresses the fact that this was controversial at the time that she did it because people misinterpreted it as an endorsement of Donald Trump and the Republican Party, which is kind of what's happening now. So, a snippet of this most recent Guardian interview gets posted on
Still Alive,
Pop
Jack.
And the quote that they picked ends with, there's problems on both sides, and there's a picture of Kamala Harris next to Chappell. It is quite literally crafted to be rage bait. Okay, so like I alluded to earlier, the most wild misinterpretation that I've been seeing of this quote is that Chappell Roan is a Republican, which, From what I understand, the way that people are coming to this conclusion is the there's bad people on both sides quote, which again is a bad quote because it's not clear, it's kind of a false equivalence. It leaves a lot of room for misinterpretation or explicit bad faith interpretation, especially if you're just scrolling through your timeline and you see this quote divorced from its original intent. Because when she's saying there's bad people on both sides, she means that in the context of a more left-leaning perspective, because both sides, both parties of the US government are endorsing the actions of Israel.
Yeah, and not just how, both parties are so staunchly pro-Israel and they're arguing over who's more pro-Israel. It's the fact that the Biden-Harris administration has moved right so far to the right on a number of issues. And so Chappell Roan is obviously a leftist, and she's looking at both of these parties and seeing that they are too far to the right of her beliefs for her to endorse one over the other publicly. Like, that's the point that she's making. She's not saying who she's voting for. She's saying, I am not going to endorse who, you know, the likely candidate for her to endorse would be, which is Kamala Harris, because, or at least that's what the assumption would be, because Kamala Harris is to the right on where Chappell Roan stands as an individual.
But they're also coupling that lack of specificity with another out-of-context quote in which she says that she loves her Republican family members. Ergo, Chappell Roan, the drag queen who is now a daughter of Sasha Colby, one of the most famous drag queens in the world, who has been expressly outspoken for the advancement of LGBTQ rights here in the US, is somehow a Republican. Now, like I said, that is the dumbest interpretation of this that I've seen so far. The more common take that I'm seeing is that in a high-stakes election like this one, this kind of take from somebody with a lot of prominent influence is cowardly. Because sure, both parties are essentially the same when it comes to foreign policy, although it is worth noting here that if Donald Trump were elected, he would probably be like materially worse for the will and interests of the Palestinian people. We still got a lot going on domestically. Abortion is at stake. LGBT.
I mean, yeah, but also genocide is a genocide. It's hard to, you know, it's hard to be like, okay, well, here's genocide, but then here's even worse genocide. Like, it doesn't change the fact that the genocide is still happening. And it doesn't change the fact that Israel has now expanded its assault on the region to include Lebanon and is ethnically cleansing the West Bank. And this is all happening under the Biden-Harris administration.
LGBTQ rights, things that are definitely of interest to folks in Chappell's fan base, that the Democratic Party, objectively, by default, has better opinions on. And so the lack of an endorsement in some people's eyes is equal to cowardice because all of these other things are at stake. However, I think this goes back to the fact that this quote is part of a larger conversation between Chappell Roan and an interviewer. It's not an official statement. She's not coming out and saying, don't vote. In this same passage, she's encouraging people to vote in their local and city elections. It's not like she's entirely politically uninformed. She just does not support both parties of the federal government based on their current foreign policy positions. I think she would perhaps benefit from, again, being a little bit more specific, you know, maybe saying, I will not vote for the Democratic candidate unless
but like, here's the thing too. This is kind of a narrow way to look at it. We're obviously... The big, you know, the big thing right now is how the Democrats are not, you know, not going to change on their policies over in the Middle East, regardless of what Israel does. But I think if I'm Chappell Roan, or, you know, I'm sure Chappell Roan and I are similar in our beliefs. You look at the Democratic Party as more than just what they are doing to support Israel. You look at the Democratic Party as having failed working class people over and over again, of which the LGBTQ, you know, a lot of people in the LGBTQ community are working class people in this country. You look at the fact that they're not talking about healthcare. The Democrats are not fucking talking about healthcare, okay? They're not talking about climate change. They're not talking about these, you know, these huge issues that working class people are faced with every single day. And so it's not just about what, you know, it's not just about the, you know, the U.S.'s relationship with Israel and how they are continuing to fund and facilitate Israel's actions in Gaza and in the West Bank and now in Lebanon. But they are, you know, someone like Chappell is looking at the totality of the Democratic Party, is seeing how the Democratic Party is not championing the trans community because the trans community, like all working class people in this country, are affected by issues that the Democrats have completely abandoned. So, you know, healthcare, whether it is specifically something like gender affirming care or just healthcare in general, has been abandoned by the Democrats. They're not talking about healthcare. It's just we're just going to keep going with the Affordable Care Act. No, it's not talking about healthcare as healthcare being a human right, as healthcare being something that they will work to guarantee for all people in the United States. They can't name one time they mentioned trans rights at the DNC. Yeah, and let's also not forget that at the DNC, for the first time since like 2012, there was no trans speaker. They don't care, and they also look at trans rights as something that they don't really want to get involved with. They gotta stay away from that, and so that's what they're choosing to do. Like, they only, trans rights were mentioned twice during the entirety of the DNC. Trans people were mentioned just 2 speeches. Neither speaker received primetime speaking slots. For the first time since 2012, the DNC did not feature any trans speakers. This year, for the first time in its 40-year history, the Human Rights Campaign declared a national state of emergency for LGBTQ plus Americans. And, you look at something like the Equality Act. Biden has failed in 4 years to pass the Equality Act because he refuses to end the filibuster, because he refuses to move forward with even attempting any meaningful change here. And so everything is just word service. And so trans people who are like, oh, this is not trans people, LGBTQ people who are calling out Chappell Roan and saying, you bring great shame to the LGBTQ community. How dare you turn your back on, how dare you use the aesthetics of drag culture? How dare you lean into being a lesbian artist and not be out here stumping for Kamala Harris? And it's because Chappell is looking at our political situation and the upcoming election as more than just, well, Donald Trump is bad. I've heard nothing in terms of healthcare protection for marginalized communities from Democrats. They abandoned the working poor now, and they're abandoning another marginalized group. Right. And so I think, like, it's clear that, it's clear that people who are calling out Chappell and saying, well, don't you understand how bad Donald Trump will be for, for the LGBTQ community? And it's this lesser of two evils argument just over and over again, where they only look at politics as this person, this person in the words that they use is worse than this person, and so therefore you must vote for the person who's using nicer words. Even when, if you look at the material changes, if you look at the actual legislation that the Democratic Party has passed, it's hard to see how they actually are materially the party that champions the LGBTQ community. And a reminder that LGBTQ people are like all other working class people, where they are affected by they are affected by all of these issues. They are not just specifically affected by something like anti-trans legislation or, bills that are specifically targeting LGBTQ people. It's especially gross because drag is about disregarding norms. It's not meant to be an easy to swallow pill. It's supposed to fly in the face of what so many cishet people think is normal. LGBTQ people trying to discredit her don't know shit about the history of drag. And I also think I think that this whole conversation is what's very clear is that there are a lot of people who are swayed by aesthetics, and it's funny that they're accusing Chappell of using drag aesthetics and not being an actual champion for the LGBTQ community. But they are swayed by the niceties and the aesthetics of Democrats and of the Democratic Party, and they are not interested in actually examining the actions of the Democratic Party and how when somebody like Chappell comes along and is simply like, yeah, I'm not going to endorse a candidate because they are both too far to, they both don't align with what I believe in. They both don't align with what I am actually out here championing. And so, here's my advice. If you're a fan of mine, if you're listening to this interview, get involved in local politics, do your, use critical thinking before you cast a vote. Take all these things into consideration. And that's all that she said. Dems say the words would never take the action needed to enforce these words. Prime example, Roe versus Wade never being codified into law. Right. And the fact that Joe Biden just completely dropped any consideration of working to end the filibuster. And so you can listen to the Democrats talk about the things that they're going to do, and that they're the party of the people, and they're the party for Black people and Latinos and LGBTQ and young and old and whatevs. But you have to also examine the actions that they the actions that they take. And on Israel and Palestine, this has been the whole debate where people who want to support Kamala Harris no matter what are like, yeah, but listen to what Kamala has said on Palestine. Listen to her words. Listen to the niceties. Donald Trump is out here saying that they're gonna, he's gonna do even more genocide, that he's just, he's so bloodthirsty and he's so, well, one, I think if you do listen to the words that Kamala Harris is saying, it makes it clear what she believes. And look no further than most lethal military in the world. Look no further than saying Israel has the right to defend itself. But more, looking beyond words and understanding that it's about the action that is taken, because words don't mean shit.
Commit to doing XYZ, but with regard to the statement that she did actually put out, I see somebody who is very afraid of saying the wrong thing. We've already established that in some ways Chappell is battling with the pressure of fame. She is presumably very aware of her large left-leaning fan base, and of course she has expressed her own empathy for the suffering of the Palestinian people. So if she endorses Kamala Harris, she's going to get called a genocide supporter, and if she doesn't endorse Kamala Harris, she's going to get called a Republican. And of course, there should be more nuance to that conversation. However, this is the internet where everything is black and white all the time, especially when every entertainment interviewer is naturally going to ask for celebrities' opinions on the US election because they're looking to get a soundbite on where the celebrity stands. And I don't necessarily mean that in a malicious or uncharitable way. They're doing their jobs by asking those questions, and art and entertainment and politics have all kind of become the same thing. It's all part of the same culture war. But then what happens is these celebrities are pressured to give answers that they don't really want to give because they're not trying to alienate anybody in their fan base specifically. And that's how we get statements of empty nothingness like both sides are bad that get cherry-picked and posted on Twitter by Pop Flop, repeat cycle until the inevitable heat death of the universe. So, do I think that Chappell Roan's lack of an endorsement of Kamala Harris is a big deal? No, not necessarily. I think the majority of folks in her fan base are either voting for Kamala or they're not voting at all. And I'm sure there are a lot of folks in her fan base who are, begrudgingly voting for the Democrats with a harm reduction mindset. And I'm not telling you how to feel either way, but I think there are a couple reasons why this specific quote from Chappell Roan is rubbing so many people the wrong way. I think when she made this stance about not performing at the White House for Pride, it was a little bit of a different impact because Biden was still presumably going to be the nominee this time around, and she was specifically criticizing his administration. And I think there was a lot of doomerism surrounding Joe Biden around this time, one, because of his administration's actions while handling Israel, and two, because they saw his decision to stay in the race as selfish and a lost cause, and they thought it was highly unlikely that he would win again. Obviously, we know Joe Biden dropped out of the race. Now Kamala Harris is running to be president, leading to a rejuvenated spirit within the Democratic Party, but also this pressure from some people to be like, okay, it's not Joe Biden, you got what you wanted, it's not Joe Biden. We can't criticize Kamala because it is imperative for her to win this election against Donald Trump. So not only are the vibes different, we're closer to the election than we were then, so the stakes are kind of different, but also we did just see a pretty big celebrity endorsement make a material impact in this race. A few weeks ago, following the presidential debate between...
Yeah, this is what people wanted Chappell to do. This is what they, I don't know why they would expect this of her. Like, if you know anything about Chappell, you would not expect that she would have nominated or publicly endorsed Kamala Harris. That's what's so funny about it. If you've paid 2 seconds attention to Chappell Roan, you would never have expected that she would come out to publicly endorse Kamala Harris.
Between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, Taylor Swift posted on Instagram that she was endorsing Harris as well as her vice president candidate, Tim Walz. Following Taylor Swift's endorsement, Vote.gov reported an influx of 400,000 people who had specifically followed Taylor Swift's link, meaning that there is definitive proof that Taylor Swift, for some reason, converted people who weren't previously going to vote into active voters. Now, I think this is a little different than the case with Chappell Roan because obviously Taylor Swift is the biggest pop star in the whole world. There was kind of a little bit of a mystery as to who she was actually going to endorse for president because prior to her endorsement there was a whole controversy where she was seen hugging Brittany Mahomes.
It's also something where people who were applauding and so happy that Taylor publicly endorsed Kamala, it's just about the optics of that. They don't care then that she's besties with someone like Brittany Mahomes. They don't care that Taylor Swift has said nothing in regards to Palestine in the way that Chappell Roan has, and how Chappell Roan is actively fundraising for Palestine and how she is being morally consistent. They don't care about that. They just care that how about we accept that there are clearly flaws in the Democratic Party, but encourage people to vote against a fucking fascist cult leader? We need all the votes against that man possible. Vote Kamala. If you don't vote, it's a vote for Trump.
Who is a known and vocal Trump supporter, and so people were like, oh, is she only like conveniently liberal when it benefits her, which is not what you want to hear if you're Taylor Swift's marketing team. But whether Taylor Swift's endorsement...
what I would just say is obviously Trump is a fucking fascist, but I think it's important to take a look at the policies that the Biden-Harris administration has pushed over the last 4 years and that Kamala Harris has showcased she is intending to continue, and recognize that that is also fascism. So look, I've been very clear about the fact that I will never get on here and tell people how to vote or who to vote for. I'm not a political influencer in that sense. I don't work for any party anymore. I'm just giving my opinions on things. And I also live in California, so I recognize that it doesn't matter how I vote one way or another. But I do think it's important that we do not lose sight of the fact that, yeah, Trump is a fascist psychopath, but also the Democratic Party and the Biden-Harris administration is equally fascistic when it comes to things like policing and the border and foreign policy. And so this is not an instance of one person is fascist in their policies and one is not. You know, so when criticizing the Democratic Party, you have to call it for what it is. Central Committee is in the chat. How is he always? It's like a beacon. It's like Mike is like a beacon whenever someone's like, you have to vote for the Democratic Party because they are not fascist.
It was genuine or just done entirely out of self and image preservation. You know for a fact that if she endorsed Kamala Harris, she wasn't going to like be criticizing her positions on Israel and Palestine in any way, because Taylor Swift doesn't do that. Whereas Chappell has made a specific kind of activism a part of her brand, and so therefore if she did endorse Kamala Harris, she would essentially be seen as a traitor to those kinds of leftist ideals. Overall, I think this controversy is pretty dumb and says more about our propensity to gravitate toward meaningless rage bait than it does about Chappell Roan and her political views. I think because Chappell's existence in the public eye has always had sort of an inherently political edge to it, interviewers are going to...
I thought she said Mike is like a vegan. No, I was saying what I meant to say, not Mike is a beacon, but any liberal comment is a beacon. It's like a bat signal, and Mike will appear.
Continuously push her to take a definitive stance on the US election and other political issues. And I think she's aware of that, and I don't think she wants that. And I think there's an entire market of secondhand celebrity gossip bullshit that benefits from that awkward in between.
Okay. When some fans okay, so this is about her turning down the invitation to perform at White House Pride. When some fans misconstrued her lack of attendance due to her disagreement with a number of the Biden administration's positions as support for Republicans and GOP presidential nominee Donald Trump, because those people see everything as one or the other, Roan told Rolling Stone earlier this month, "It's not so black and white that you hate one and you like the other." Right, exactly. No matter how you say it, people are still going to be pissed for fucking some reason. I'm not going to the White House because I'm not going to be a monkey for pride. God, I love her. She added to Rolling Stone of her political views. Right now, it's more important than ever to use your vote. Look, oh my God, what? She's talking about voting. And I will do whatever it takes to protect people's civil rights, especially the LGBTQ plus community. I feel lucky to be alive during an incredibly historical time period when a woman of color is a presidential nominee. So how could this be that she's out here talking about voting and talking about local elections and talking about protecting people's civil rights, but just simply won't endorse the Democratic Party. What? But how could it be if she believes these things and she must endorse Kamala Harris? Otherwise, she doesn't believe these things because she loves Donald Trump. ROAN is using her success to support causes that she believes in. She's been donating a portion of her concert ticket sales to the Kaleidoscope Trust. Yeah, it is disgusting. It is disgusting that there are so many people online who are like, she's done nothing for the LGBTQ community. She's just used the LGBTQ community. Shut the fuck up. She is out here doing some of the most of what, like, when you compare her to other pop artists who talk about the LGBTQ community, because one, she is queer. She's a lesbian. She's a lesbian pop artist, and she's not faking that. And two, because it's important to her to be outspoken on behalf of this community that is so vulnerable to attacks. According to The Guardian, the merch stands at her concert sells signed risograph prints for £100 each, with proceeds going towards aid for Palestine. Of the prints, ROAN said, "It's just my duty to help send resources to a community that is absolutely being destroyed." Yeah, it's very nasty that so many people are accusing her of using the LGBTQ community when she is a member of the LGBTQ community. I'm tired of artists like Chappell Roan profiting off of queer and drag culture. She's queer. She is queer. You can't say that she's profiting off of queer culture when she is a queer artist. And then refusing to do the bare minimum when it comes to standing up. How is she refusing to do the bare minimum? Genuinely. Because she won't endorse Kamala fucking Harris? So now you're going to erase everything that she has done because she won't endorse your girlie? Because she's probably afraid of getting canceled by a small portion of the internet, or is just uneducated. No, actually, she is educated. She is morally consistent. And that's why she has said the things that she has said. Okay, let's watch her TikTok.
Who they're voting for. I have encouraged people to use critical thinking skills, learn about what they're voting for.
Yeah, God forbid somebody does not endorse Kamala Harris and it's because they're uneducated. Mayhaps it's the other way around.
Learn about who they're voting for and ask questions, and it's being completely taken out of context, per usual.
Yeah,
there is
per
nuance
usual.
to what I say in interviews.
And I swear to God, if Chappell Roan is run off the internet or is run out of the industry because she can't handle that now everyone obsessively pores over every word that she says. Like, if we lose Chappell's being unafraid to say what she believes in, to not fit the mold of Hollywood celebrities, and certainly not liberal Hollywood celebrities. If we lose that, I'm going to be very angry. I'm going to be very upset, because I truly think she is a breath of fresh air. And I wish more celebrities were saying what she says and were being authentic in the way that I perceive her to be authentic.
And I think it's important that people use critical thinking. I think it's important for me to question authority and question world leaders and question myself, question my algorithm, question if some person that tweeted something about someone else is even true. It's important to question because that's how I think we move forward. This is my third election in voting, and the world is changing so rapidly, and I want to be part of the generation that changes things for good.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. She's like, wait, I'm questioning questioning the people who are in charge. I'm not just accepting everything at face value. I'm just not accepting that the Democrats are the party for trans people, for the LGBTQ community, because I'm looking at endless anti-working class policies that also affect LGBTQ people because they are working class people in this country. I'm looking at, their policies that bring death and destruction to people overseas, and I'm questioning that and going, wait a second, I do not support this. And I don't support somebody who is facilitating this, who is responsible for this. And that's all she's saying. Real underlying issues, people basing their decision motives off a musician. No, parasocial culture in general. I think that's a part of it. I think it's this idea that it's this idea that Chappell Roan has to support Kamala, or Kamala's going to lose the election. Like, Chappell Roan will be responsible for Donald Trump, which is bullshit, which is insane. I think there's obviously a parasocialness here where fans of Chappell Roan who support, unquestioningly support Kamala Harris also want her to do that because she's their fave, and they want to feel, they want to feel justified in that unquestioning support for Kamala Harris. And so when Chappell doesn't do that, they're like, oh, this is, this can't be. This simply can't be. I can't support you as an artist unless you believe what I believe here. And then I think it's also this like notion that Chappell has to support Kamala because there are a lot of people who will base their decision off of what she is doing, which, no, that's not the case. I mean, that's not even the case for someone like Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift is, what her impact is getting people to register to vote, but it's not going to be getting like scores of fans who wouldn't have voted for Kamala Harris to then vote for Kamala Harris. All the undecided Midwestern 50-year-olds are on the edge of their seats waiting for Chappell Roan's input. Yeah. The white college-educated voters in the suburbs are like, but what is Chappell Roan doing? It doesn't matter. We're all in a simulation. What? I don't know. Taylor's poll is kind of crazy. I know my sister's friends are already thinking of voting solely due to her, but again, just anecdotal. Yeah, it is anecdotal because if you look at actual data, it does not It does not support celebrity endorsements being a major driving factor for votes for that candidate. I mean, you look at like the fact that Taylor Swift supported Marsha Blackburn's opponent for Senate, and Marsha Blackburn still won. Beyonce supported Beto O'Rourke in Texas. Didn't matter. He still lost. The one instance of a celebrity endorsement that is always pointed to as like a rare example of actually driving a significant number of votes for that candidate is when Oprah endorsed Barack Obama. But yeah, most of the time, the impact of a major celebrity endorsement will be, you know, an increase in voter registration, just awareness. Deaf didn't help Hillary. Yeah, Hillary had every goddamn liberal in Hollywood endorsing her, myself included.
Because we need it. If you come to my shows, if you read my full interviews, if you literally know anything about me and for what I stand for, you know that this is not lip service, this is not virtue signaling, that my actions have always paved the way for my project and the people who really know me.
Can I be honest? I think when it comes to Taylor Swift's impact, I think it's more likely to have an impact because of the way that Trump responded to Taylor Swift, not the fact that Taylor Swift endorsed Kamala Harris. That's my that's my looking into the crystal ball, seeing what impact Taylor Swift will have on the 2024 election. And I genuinely think that the way Donald Trump responded to Taylor is more impactful than her endorsing Kamala Harris.
Actions speak louder than words, and actions speak louder than an endorsement. Here's the full quote that a lot of people are just not reading. I have so many issues with our government in every way, she says. There are so many things that I would want to change, so I don't feel pressured to endorse someone. There's problems on both sides, and I encourage people to use your critical thinking skills. Use your vote. Vote small. Vote for what's going on in your city. The change she wants to see in the U.S. is this election
Mick Beggar, thank you for the 4 months.
Instantly is trans rights. They cannot have cis people making decisions for trans people, period. So, hear it from my mouth, if you're still wondering. No, I'm not voting for Trump. And yes.
Oh shit, Game Rex, thank you for the Prime. Scootish, thank you for the 7 months. Why are we simping for any politician? They don't know you, little bro. Wanting more from politicians should not be criticized, in my opinion. God forbid, though. God forbid you ask any questions. God forbid you do any critical examining. Dragon Army, thank you for the gifted. God, how do I miss all these? Plant 923, thank you for the 2 months.
I will always question those in power.
Wow, God forbid.
And those making decisions over
you love
other
Donald
people.
Trump.
And I will stand up for what's right and what I believe in. And like, it's always at the forefront of my project.
I also think that she's correct in saying like, hey, you want to know where you can do real change? At a local level. Like when it comes to anti-trans legislation, pay attention what's happening in your state. Look at what's happening in your state legislatures. Make sure that when you're voting, that your voting is not just every 4 years for in the presidential election. Make sure you are voting when there are judges who are on the ballot. Make sure you are voting for your state, your state legislators. Be paying attention to what's happening in your community. And that is where you can, you have the best chance at driving change.
And I'm sorry that you fell for the clickbait.
I love her. You will never make me hate Chappell. I'm just gonna say this, okay? And in fact, everything that she says just makes me like her more. We have no choice but to stand. How do you research politics? What do you mean? Like, how do, if there's like a particular issue, or can we add hot to go? Yeah, I have a couple emotes that I'll be adding in. We get some more emotes coming. The moment leftists in this country understand our political spectrum is also far right-wing compared to the rest of the world, we might actually fix some stuff. Like, the stuff on their page is so... Wait. Like, I'm trying to research about the candidates, but I don't know where to start. Well, first and foremost, it is going to be difficult to research on the policies of these particular candidates, because this is not an election that is heavy on policy. It's quite vague. So what I would say is start by picking an issue, okay? So, I don't know, the border. You know, you're like, okay, I want to look into what Biden Harris has done in regards to the border, because just know that what Kamala has said is she's just going to be continuing what she did in the, she's just going to be continuing Biden's policies on a lot of these issues. So it's safe to assume that whatever, the Biden-Harris administration has done over the last 4 years in regards to something like the border is what is going to be continued under a Harris-Walz administration. So pick that issue and then just start researching on it. Look at policies that Biden passed, look at policies that he did not pass, policies that he overturned. If Kamala copies all of Biden's policies, does that mean he was really the first black female president? Joe Biden is was the first black female president. This is true. Did that answer your question? Pineapple under these? Do you want kids in cages or kids in cages but with rainbows? Majority Report had a person on today talking about a project targeting local elections and how national policies interact with them. For example, school lunches are not just nutritional, they are quality of life issues, but you don't have to rush to make lunch in the morning for them as well. Love me some Majority Report. We do know Kamala wants a very lethal fighting force. She said it in the debate as well. Oh, yes. She has repeated that quite a bit. Quite a bit. Okay. I think I want to cover... This is a pretty long piece. We're not going to cover the whole thing. I just want to talk about why a lot of liberals who previously praised Ta-NAHEISI Coates' work have now turned on him. They are starting to turn on Ta-Nehisi Coates because he is taking on an issue that liberal, conservative, you know, it's the same. It's one and the same in that we very clearly support Israel, and so anybody who's taking on Israel, it's a no-no. That is I do not think so. All goodwill that you have earned shall forever be gone. Also, a key thing to learn about is framing. If you're reading local news, how does the writer frame the article? For example, a lot of mainstream media frames the genocide from a pro-Israeli point of view. Yeah, and there's a part in here where Ta-Nehisi Coates talks all about that. So, it's a good segue into this. Okay, I really gotta pee. Oh yeah, I read this yesterday. Highly recommend reading this piece. It's great. Okay, y'all. The return of Ta-Nehisi Coates. So, why are we talking about Ta-Nehisi Coates? Well, that's because a decade ago, he wrote The Case for Reparations. And since then, he's mostly worked in fiction. It's been a while since he's returned to nonfiction, but he has, and he is releasing a new book, or maybe I think the book just came out, and it's called The Message. And it largely takes on Israel, Palestine, and the American media. And Ta-Nehisi Coates, I think I talked about this before, but he actually traveled to the West Bank in the summer of 2023 because he realized that this was a blind spot of his, and he wanted to see for himself the reality of the West Bank. And when he did, it became instantly clear of how this was connected to the struggles of Black America, something that he has written about extensively, and how it is a matter of civil rights. It is a matter of systemic oppression and apartheid. And so he wrote all about this in his book, The Message. So I'm just going to read some of this interview or this piece on him. I don't think it's so much an interview as it is just a piece on him. Okay. Where do I want to start? The Message, a return to nonfiction after years of writing comics, screenplays, and a novel, begins with an epigraph from Orwell. In a peaceful age, I might have written ornate or merely descriptive books and might have remained almost unaware of my political loyalties. As it is, I have been forced into becoming a sort of pamphleteer. Our own age of strife takes Coates to 3 places: Dakar, Senegal, where he makes a pilgrimage to Goree Island and the door of no return; Chapin, South Carolina, where a teacher has been pressured to stop teaching Between the World and Me because it made some students feel ashamed to be Caucasian; and the West Bank and East Jerusalem. It is in the last of these long, interconnected essays that Coates aims for the sort of paradigm shift that first earned him renown when he published The Case for Reparations in the Atlantic in 2014, in which he staked a claim for what is owed the American descendants of enslaved Africans. This time he lays forth the case that the Israeli occupation is a moral crime, one that has been all but covered up by the West. He writes, "I don't think I ever in my life felt the glare of racism burn stranger and more intense than in Israel." Coates traveled to the region on a 10-day trip in the summer of 2023. "It was so emotional," he told me. "I would dream about being back there for weeks." He had known, of course, in an abstract sense, that Palestinians lived under occupation, but he had been told by journalists that he trusted and respected that Israel was a democracy, the only democracy in the Middle East. He had also been told that the conflict was complicated, its history tortuous and contested, and as he writes, that a body of knowledge akin to computational mathematics was needed to comprehend it. He was astonished by the plain truth of what he saw, the walls, checkpoints, and guns that everywhere hemmed in the lives of Palestinians, the clear tiers of citizenship between the first-class Jews and the second-class Palestinians, and the undisguised contempt with which the Israeli state treated the subjugated other. For Coates, the parallels with the Jim Crow South were obvious and immediate. Here, he writes, was a world where separate and unequal was alive and well, where rule by the ballot for some and the bullet for others was policy. And this world was made possible by his own country. The pushing of Palestinians out of their homes had the had the specific imprimatur of the United States of America, which means that it had my imprimatur. That it was complicated, he now understood, was horseshit. Complicated was how people had described slavery and then segregation. It's complicated, he said, when you want to take something from somebody. How could he have been so wrong before? The fault lay partly with the profession that he loved. In journalism, he had found his voice, his platform, his purpose in life. And yet, as he sees it, it was journalistic institutions that had not only failed to tell the truth about Israel and Palestine, but had worked to conceal it. As a result, a fog had settled over the region, over its history and present, obscuring what anyone at closer range could apprehend easily with their own two eyes. The message is an attempt to use the journalist's tools to dispel this veil. Coates was successful in such an effort before when far fewer Americans understood the material grip that the legacy of slavery had on the descendants of the enslaved. In the years after The Case for Reparations was published, Coates was initiated into elite rooms in New York, Washington, and Hollywood. He testified before Congress, won a National Book Award, was interviewed by Oprah. This son of West Baltimore found himself by his early 40s an esteemed member of the powerful whose message was welcomed. And many are now eager for Coates to lend his considerable influence to the deadlocked public conversation on Israel and Palestine. But the message also unquestionably breaks with the establishment that championed Coates, risking his standing and possibly his career. Journalist Peter Breinart, a vocal critic of Israel, said, "Ta-NAHEISI has a lot to lose." There are, of course, many who believe that the moral dimensions of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict are indeed complicated. The most famous of Israel's foundational claims, that it was a necessary sanctuary for one of the world's most oppressed peoples, who may not have survived without a state of their own, is at the root of this complication and undergirds the prevailing viewpoint of the political media entertainment nexus. It is Israel's unique logic of existence that has provided a quantum of justice to the Israeli project in the eyes of Americans and others around the world. And it's what separates Jewish Israelis from the white supremacists of the Jim Crow South, who had no justice on their side at all. But for Coates, one wrong cannot justify another. All states at their core have a reason for existing, a moral story to tell, he told me. We certainly do. Does industrialized genocide entitle one to a state? No, especially, he said, at the expense of people who had no hand in the genocide. I think like something that is so clear is how the framing of Israel and Palestine as being complicated is one that has pervaded for so long. And I recently was talking to a friend, and first she admitted that she didn't know much. She didn't know much about Israel and Palestine, but she did know that it's complicated. And that is just a perfect example of how the word complicated has been used to describe the, objectively uncomplicated reality of what it means to be Palestinian, living in Palestinian territories. What it means to be subjected to this objectively immoral system of subjugation and oppression, and how complicated being used to describe this reality is so that people won't question it. It's so that if you start to look into what life is like, what daily life is like for Palestinians, and you will quickly realize, oh, this is horrific. This is immoral. This is wrong. That word complicated is like a shield to keep people from understanding the truth, to keep them from seeing that Palestinian people have been oppressed and have had their lives and their rights stolen from them on a daily basis. But yeah, it's to keep people from asking questions and from looking into this. So no, it's not complicated. It's not complicated, but complicated is used to frame this history, and this history as it leads us to where we are today, so that you do not question the actions of Israel, that you don't question the immorality of how Israel was founded. I thought it was complicated till I was 14 and we watched a documentary about the lives of kids in Israel and Palestine. The stark contrasts radicalized me. Right. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. But as long as you continue to believe it's complicated, then you won't have any curiosity. You won't have any interest in understanding it at all. Complicated is the mass media obfuscation of Empire of Israel's question wholesale, then the U.S. is next. Right. You knock one domino and the entire thing comes down. What matters to Coates is not what will happen to his career now, to the script sales, the invitations from the White House, his relationships with his former colleagues at The Atlantic and elsewhere. I'm not worried, he told me, shrugging his shoulders. I have to do what I have to do. I'm sad, but I was so enraged. If I went over there and saw what I saw and didn't write it, I am fucking worthless. This is a photo provided by TA-NAHEISI. It is a checkpoint in the old city of Hebron. I get sad every time I look at this photo, Coates said. This was the second day of the trip and the moment that I realized how similar what I was seeing was to the world my parents and grandparents were born into. Coates is hardly the first person to attempt to elucidate the plight of the Palestinians. Then again, he was not the first person to tackle the subject of reparations, a staple of classroom discussions and political debate. I remember when he told me he was writing The Case for Reparations, said Chris Jackson, editor of The Message and Coates' other books. I was like, Ta-Nahisi, you can't Columbus reparations. Even within the Atlantic, there was skepticism. My first reaction was, this sounds nuts, said Scott Stossel, his editor at the magazine. This is a non-starter. Okay, so I'm going to skip down a little bit. So this is talking just about how he, how he pushed forward with getting this piece published, how he has helped embed concepts like structural racism into the collective consciousness, how he became, a premier intellectual and expert in this country, and how, it opened him up to a world of high profile invitations and interviews, et cetera, how, it was a critique of the establishment, but he was allowed into the heart of the establishment, but how now that will not be the same case with his taking on Israel and Palestine. The first inkling that Coates might want to write about Israel came around the time he was leaving the Atlantic. He was partly spurred by criticism that he'd received over a passage in The Case for Reparations, in which he cited reparations paid by the German government to the state of Israel after the Holocaust as a potential model. We did an event when Case of Reparations came out at a synagogue in D.C., and I remember there was a woman who got on the mic and yelled about the role of Palestinians in that article, he told me. And I couldn't quite understand what she was saying. I mean, I heard her, but I literally could not understand it. She got shouted down. And I've thought about that a lot, man. I've thought about that a lot. It hadn't occurred to him that Israel might itself be in the debt of a population that it had oppressed, a blind spot that remains a source of regret to this day. I should have asked more questions, he told me. I should have done more. I should have looked around and said, do we have anybody Palestinian who's going to read this before we print it? Coates felt the need to fix this wrong, but to write something substantial about the issue would have been difficult at the Atlantic. I probably did not want to go through whatever it would have taken. Though the magazine had supported his bold positions before, he felt that Israel was a protected subject under both Bennett and Goldberg, the latter of whom ardently defended Israeli interests as a staff writer and blogger alongside Coates. In part because of the pandemic, it would be years before he could finally visit East Jerusalem and the West Bank, both of which, along with Gaza, were seized by Israel in the Six-Day War of 1967 and have been occupied ever since. Days before the trip in May 2023, Coates told one of his traveling companions, the writer and professor Eve L. Ewing, that he was gripped by fear of what he might witness. I really didn't want to go, he said. He had learned enough in the years since publishing The Case for Reparations to know that it would be painful. But his idols, people like Frederick Douglass and Ida B. Wells, had told their stories at the risk of capture and enslavement and worse. We are supposed to be black writers, and we're afraid now, he said. What are we then? And so it was really clear to me what I had to do. On the ground in the occupied territories, he saw the segregated roads, the soldiers with their American-made weapons, the surveillance cameras, the whole archipelago of impoverished ghettos. I felt a mix of astonishment, betrayal, and anger, he writes. The astonishment was for me, for my own ignorance, for my own incuriosity. The betrayal was for my colleagues in journalism. Betrayal for the way they reported, for the way they'd laundered ethnic cleansing, for the voices that they had erased. And the anger was for my own past, for Black Bottom, for Rosewood, for Tulsa, which I could not help but feel being evoked here. One of his first encounters with the Israeli state is a soldier stopping him on the street to ask him his religion, a confusing question for an atheist. It becomes clear that if he does not give the correct answer, Jew, Christian, anything but Muslim, he will not be allowed to pass. On that street so far from home, he writes, I suddenly felt that I had traveled through time as much as through space. For as sure as my ancestors were born into a country where none of them was the equal of any white man, Israel was revealing itself to be a country where no Palestinian is ever the equal of any Jewish person anywhere. In Coates' eyes, the ghost of Jim Crow is everywhere in the territories. In the soldiers who stand there and steal our time, the sun glinting off their shades like Georgia sheriffs. In the water sequestered for Israeli use, evidence that the state had advanced beyond the Jim Crow South and segregated not just the pools and fountains, but the water itself. In monuments on sites of displacement and informal shrines to mass murder, such as the tomb of Baruch Goldstein, who gunned down 29 Muslims in a mosque in 1994, which recall monuments to the enslavers in South Carolina. And in the baleful glare of the omnipresent authority, the point is to make Palestinians feel the hand of occupation constantly, he writes. And later, the message was, you'd really be better off somewhere else. By the time Coates returned to New York, Palestine was his obsession. Right away, he began sending work and research to group chats of various friends. You wake up and Ta-NAHEISI has overnight written 4 different walls of text and posted 3 different ebook screenshots and highlighted things, Ewing told me. We have probably talked about Palestine pretty much every day since returning. Later that summer, just after he returned to the U.S., Coates introduced himself to the Palestinian-American historian Rashid Khalidi at Columbia, who invited Coates and his wife to dinner to discuss his trip. I think he felt that he had been conned, Khalidi told me, and I think he felt he had to, I don't think atone is the right word, but make up for what he had mistakenly believed. So Coates began his education in earnest, with Khalidi guiding him through the literature in a running dialogue that lasted months. It was a process not dissimilar to his preparation for the case of reparations. Coates leaned on friends, family, and experts, Jews and Arabs and others, to stress test and expand his ideas. He's a very public learner. Coates' friends, I noticed, were eager to attest to the extraordinary amount of research that went into the message, undoubtedly anticipating that his relatively recent interest in the subject may become a point of criticism. Oh, yes, it does. If you are not somebody who is a scholar of Israel and Palestine, you will be rebuffed. Because, again, the point is to discredit anybody who vocalizes that what happens to Palestinians on a daily occurrence is immoral. The point is to dissuade people from taking up the mantle of supporting Palestinian liberation. But even if you are a scholar, who is in favor of Palestinian emancipation, then you will also be discredited. Yeah, they will destroy you either way. People are already doing it on Twitter. Oh, he spent 2 weeks there. Now he's an expert. Yeah, I remember like very early on after October 7th, somebody in a comment on a tweet, this is back when I was still responding to comments and tweets, they were like, how did you like wake up to the reality of what's happening to Palestinians? And I said something like, it takes about 5 minutes of research. And by that, my point was, it's not complicated, and you don't have to be a scholar, somebody who has studied this issue for decades to understand that what's happening is occupation and settler colonialism and systemic discrimination, and it is wrong. Like, it is morally wrong. And that is the point that I was making. But of course, that was completely taken so bad faith and was like, oh, so she read one thing and now thinks she's an expert on the region. And it's like, you don't have to be an expert in, you don't have to be a historical expert to understand when something is very clearly morally unjust. You know, when there is a group of people who are being systemically oppressed, who have had their rights stripped from them, who do not have autonomy, and that is not something that requires a PhD, is what the point is. Katie, thank you for the gifted. It's Mr. Murphy. Thank you for the 3 months. You don't have to be an expert. The cool part about being human is that we can look to others who are. And I say this all the time. If you know what your morals are, okay? If you know what you believe, then everything else follows from there. So if you believe that it is wrong to oppress people, to take their rights from them, to, systemically murder them, and, to cause undue suffering and pain on a daily basis, like, if you believe those things are wrong, then you examine anything through that lens, through that moral lens. And obviously, to understand the full history, yeah, it's important to read the works of scholars like Rashid Khalidi and Daniel Levy, or no, who am I? I'm so sorry. Daniel Levy, who writes for her. Ilan Pape is another great one. Obviously, you've got people like Norm Finkelstein and Chomsky. Really appreciate your read through. Grateful that Coates is calling out how various institutions have failed us on this issue in his upcoming book. And what's interesting too is how this is the issue that will cause the establishment to turn on him. When he was writing about reparations, when he was writing about systemic racism, he was still allowed into those, into those elite establishment circles. He was invited to the White House. He was interviewed by every mainstream outlet. But because of how staunchly he believes in Palestinian freedom, it will not be the same experience now. Yeah, they're cool with him until he started talking about Palestine. It's not a book that reads like someone who just parachuted in, read one or two things, and started making a lot of sweeping statements, Brian Art told me. But of course, Coates did parachute in, and one could argue that this provides the book's greatest asset, its sense of revelation, its portrait of the new in all its shameful splendor. The point he is trying to make is that anybody can see the moral injustice of the occupation. What is the experience that justifies total rule over a group of people since 1967? He asked me. My mother knows that that is wrong. Yeah. Anybody can see the moral injustice of the occupation. It's whether or not you choose to see. It's whether or not you believe that Palestinians are humans deserving of freedom and a life of dignity. If you do not believe those things, if you do not believe that Palestinians, that Lebanese, that, anybody in the Middle East who is not Israeli, if you do not believe that their lives matter, then you will not believe that it is a moral injustice what is done to them. Even my very conservative dad recognizes for what it is. Yeah, I mean, that's the crazy thing is like, I've had conversations with people across the political spectrum, and sometimes I'm met with a strong opposition, and so it takes a little bit more work to dismantle. And then other times I'm met with people who have woken up to the reality. And this goes for conservatives, like Trumpers that I have spoken with on the issue of Israel and Palestine, liberal, liberal peeps, leftists. And it's been interesting. This is obviously anecdotal, but it's been interesting because I have found that I've had more pushback from liberal friends and family members than conservative ones. And yes, it's anecdotal. It's not, that's not an indicator that conservatives in the United States are in support of Palestinian emancipation. But I think it's because, one, Joe Biden is in office. And so there is a tendency for liberals who support Joe Biden, who support Kamala Harris, to, in addition to, in addition to being, to having been propagandized for a long time regarding Israel and Palestine, are working to provide support for their political party. They feel as if, they have to defend Joe Biden more so than a conservative would. Where are you fighting these Biden stands? You got to remember that my liberal family members work for the Democratic Party. So whether it's Biden or Kamala, what I'm talking about is the fact that with there being a Democratic administration and perhaps, the next administration being Democratic as well, I have found anecdotally more of a pushback from my liberal friends and family members on Israel and Palestine, because also it relates to, them wanting to support, wanting to support the Biden-Harris administration. And especially with the upcoming election, feeling very at ease with condemning too much what Biden and Harris are responsible for in regards to facilitating Israel's brutality. But yeah, I'm just being clear that this is anecdotal, and I just thought it was interesting that one of the only things that I found common ground with on some conservatives that I've spoken with is Israel and Palestine. And I don't think it's because we morally line up completely. I think it has to do with sending billions in aid to sending billions in aid to Israel, which a lot of conservatives, being against sending aid to Ukraine, being against sending aid to Israel, but also it just being because they're against Joe Biden. And so it's likely that something that Biden does, if you are a big Trump supporter, you'll be looking at through a lens of fuck Joe Biden. People want to feel good about who they plan to vote for. Yeah, totally. They want to feel like they're doing their civic duty. They want to feel like they are, morally justified in every way for voting for that candidate. Coates is interested in patterns of domination and how oppression replicates itself in different contexts and in the related traumas of colonialism and enslavement, as he writes in his essay on Dakar. A beautiful, searching examination of how his racial consciousness has evolved over time and across space. I knew slavery and Jim Crow, and they knew conquest and colonialism, he writes of the Senegalese. The kinship he feels with the Palestinians has similar origins. I felt the warmth of solidarity of conquered peoples, as one of my comrades put it, finding each other across the chasm of oceans and experience, he writes. His affinity for conquered peoples very much extends to the Jews, and he begins the book's essay on Palestine at Yad Vashem, Israel's memorial to the victims of the Holocaust. In a place like this, he writes, your mind expands as the dark end of your imagination blooms, and you wonder if human depravity has any bottom at all. And if it does not, what hope is there for any of us? But what Coates is concerned with foremost is what happened when Jewish people went from being the conquered to the conquerors, when the Jewish people had taken its place among the strong. And he believes Yad Vashem itself has been used as a tool for justifying the occupation. We have a hard time wrapping our heads around people who are obvious historical victims being part and parcel of another crime, he told me. In the book, he writes of the pain that he observed in two of his Israeli companions. They were raised under the story that the Jewish people were the ultimate victims of history, but they had been confronted with an incredible truth, that there was no ultimate victim, that victims and victimizers were ever flowing. I mean, this is what we call, this is what we refer to as the cycle of abuse, of how victims can become victimizers and how being a victim does not exclude you from being a victimizer, and how it certainly does not, does not provide cover if you are a victimizer. And it's something that, it is sad because of the history of persecution against the Jewish people. They have a very long history of being persecuted, and the Holocaust was horrific, and is one that is taught still today for many reasons, but one being that it is an example of how we must never allow that to happen in this world to any people. And so the fact that the pain, the very real pain and suffering that Jews around the world have experienced historically is used to justify inflicting pain and suffering upon a different group of people is such a, it's so shameful. And it's very sad that Jewish history has now been tied with the genocidal regime of the state that itself is responsible for connecting its actions to all Jews around the world. And that is why, when we say that Zionism is also anti-Semitism, and how, Israel connecting itself with, everything Israel does, is on behalf of all Jews, and therefore all Jews are, they are interconnected with everything that Israel does, leads to anti-Semitism because of how bloodthirsty and brutal the actions of the Israeli state have been for decades. Another reason ethnostates are an absolutely terrible idea, I know. And when your government is responsible for systemically oppressing and brutalizing a population of people and have extended that to the broader region, that leads to a decrease in your safety. You know, it's like the Israeli people are further put in harm's way because of the actions of their government. You cannot brutalize a group of people. You cannot subject them to daily oppression and not have a response of violence eventually. Herzl had to construct the self-hating Jew that didn't want to embark on his national aspirations. Anti-Zionism was baked into Zionism and demonized from the start. Yeah, I mean, they need every Jewish person to vocalize their support for Israel and to agree that their safety is dependent upon Israel continuing to exist and exist as an ethno-state. Anyway, I think that's all I'm going to read from this piece. I just wanted to give y'all a little bit here, and I think Ta-NAHEISI, I think this is going to be representative of how we are progressive but Palestine, of how when it comes to our institutions, if you are somebody who is vocally critical of Israel, and not just vocally critical of Israel, but also in support of Palestinian liberation, that you will face consequences for it. You will not have the cushy position that was granted to you for being a premier intellectual on other topics. You will not have the invitations extended to you to speak on this subject, and it will piss off a lot of people who previously were huge fans of Ta-NAHEISI, who ate up everything else that he had to say and that he had to write on, and how even though what he is demonstrating is how interconnected these struggles are and how it is a reason why he feels so ashamed, and that he cannot believe how blind he was to what was going on in Israel and Palestine. This is all connected, and yet this is the one issue that you cannot freely speak on if you wish to be invited onto major networks like a CNN, or if you wish to be invited to the White House. If you want to keep getting those invites, if you want to keep being a part of the establishment of the not being a part of the establishment, I'm not saying that with Ta-NAHEISI, but like having an in. I highlighted and shared a story like 5 minutes ago of what opened up my grandpa's eyes early on, if you check my logs. My grandpa's always been very liberal. He marched with MLK. And we were talking about Palestine during the protests, and he said he didn't understand the impact on Palestinians until he met a Palestinian woman in college. She told him, "I don't remember being forced to move, but I remember the feeling when I saw little Jewish girls swinging on my swing." He said it was the first time he realized that something was taken away from someone in order to create Israel. Yeah, I think everyone has their own awakening, whether that is you met a Palestinian person for the first time and you learned of their history, and you heard of how their grandparents were forced from their home, of how their neighbors' houses and fields were burned, and many were slaughtered. And all it takes sometimes is meeting someone who you are exposed to a different experience and perspective for the first time, and that's all it takes. You know, for some people, maybe it's that they read a book. Whatever it is, it's like it always revolves around being exposed to a different perspective than the one that you have than the one that has always been dominant. And I think that's been a big thing over the last year. Where having platforms like TikTok, you know, that a lot of Palestinians have been able to use to share their experiences, to literally show what's happening to them in Gaza. Just for the first time, there being a shift in, even though most of mainstream media still blocks the perspective and voice of anybody who's pro-Palestine, that there have been other ways for the for the Palestinian perspective to make its way into the public consciousness, and the curtain being pulled back. And once that curtain is pulled back, you see everything laid before you. It's very clear, and it's hard to it's hard to put that curtain back. A different perspective is always what's needed to change someone's mind. Yeah. Isn't that interesting how that works? Being exposed to different perspectives can change something that you've believed for a long time. All right, you guys. Alrighty. Okay. It is, we are 4.5 hours in. Let's see. I think I just about covered all my topics. I think I did. And I'm still getting back into the swing of things. Still getting back in. Hassan agrees about Mudang.
Will you condemn Will for saying he thinks Mudang is overrated? Yes.
Condemn Will. Condemn Will is the new condom hummus. You got to condemn Will. Condom Will Neff. Fuck that guy. Oh, okay. Savaz, thank you for the 10 months. Alrighty. Okay. Okay. All right. Big stretch. Big stretch. Yes. Everyone do your stretches. Posture check. Posture check. Stretch. Okay. All right. Did we already talk about Ta-NAHEISI coats? We literally just did. We just finished it. Funny timing. Very funny timing. Should we just do it again? We'll just start all over. All right. What am I doing? Yes, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. I am pulling up a game. It's gaming time. What is this TCG card shop thing? Dexon, thank you for the 7 months. Not that that's what we're playing, but it's a TCG card shop simulator. It's the latest. A store simulator. Oh, it's like Sims shit? You'd hate it? I feel like I probably would. You work at a trading card shop selling Pokemon-like cards and collecting them? Yeah, that sounds like something that I am not about. Does not seem like my thing. Okay, y'all. It's time for The Walking Dead. We are in chapter 3 of the final season. Hi. Oh. Snacks. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. It's climbing time, y'all. It is. I'm going to pause this music. Pause the music. I actually was going to go get a snack. I am hungry. I'm going to see if there's any chicken tenders left. Now, why do you only come over when I... Come here. Okay? Come here. Fine. Okay, fine. Whatever. All right. Here we go. Who's ready? Broken toys. Has the game been running? I actually closed out of the game.
On The Walking Dead.
I did last night.
While searching for a place to call home, AJ and I found an old boarding school run by kids deep in the forest. Their leader was a guy named Marlon.
All my homies hate Marlon.
And AJ pulled the trigger. I told AJ that what he'd done was murder, that he'd have to atone for it. The other kids agreed. They voted to kick us out. I thought we'd never return. Then
5
AJ
minutes
and I
later,
were attacked by Abel, one of the raiders Marlon had given the twins to. He was with someone I thought I'd never see again. Lily. We were almost eaten by walkers when suddenly one of them spoke to me.
Do you condemn AJ?
His name was James.
No.
An ex-whisperer who didn't believe in killing walkers. He helped me treat AJ, but without real medicine, he wouldn't make it.
Zombie lives matter.
The kids didn't turn away the sad sight of AJ and let us back inside.
MRD, thank you for the 5 months.
After I told them how we could defend the school against the raiders, they were willing to let us stay, at least until the fight. I decided to help Lewis tune his piano. He opened up to me. Lewis is a great friend. Those are rare. Then the raiders.
You're a queen, brilliant, sophisticated, big-time streamer. Would help if we had good news between Palestine kids killing kids. Well, here's the thing. I did say today was a heavy news day. I try to balance, if you are new to the stream, if today was your first day, Yes, the news was overwhelmingly not good. But I do try to provide some balance. Some days are a little heavier, but that's also why I like to do gaming, even even if I'm tired, even if I've done a lot of news that day, because I try to have that balance, even though obviously this is a very grim game, but it's still it still breaks up the news, and this is entertainment. From the news to just trauma in gaming. So your cleanse is The Walking Dead. But yeah, no, I get it. I know some days are heavy. Sometimes it's too much for people. And I do not begrudge anyone who's like, ooh, I gotta take a break. Sometimes I see in chat people be like, love y'all, love Caroline, but I can't do this story. Or, it's just, I gotta take a break right now. And so they leave and then they come back. So, I know.
Raiders finally came. They busted open our gates, but the kids stayed hidden as planned. Until 10 ran out of cover, hoping for a chance to learn about his missing sisters. The bomb went off, and attempting to save 10, Mitch threw himself at Lily and got a knife to the throat. With only a second to decide,
see how relaxing this is?
I fired and saved Violet. They got away with 3 of our friends, and we had no idea where they'd gone. But we knew someone who did.
We hope it's not too much for you as well. Sometimes it is. Which is why sometimes I'm like, I can't even cover this story. Some days I'm like, I can't do this.
At the start, I was so little, and Mitch looked after me. People said he was a dick sometimes, but he was always nice to me.
Aww.
Now he's gone.
Little Willie.
Stabbed in the eye by some asshole who never even knew his name.
Don't worry, Willie.
I promise you, Willie, the people who did this, we're going to hit them back. They're gonna regret ever coming near us.
If Mitch were here, he wouldn't cry. He'd find a way to get our friends back.
Hell yeah.
And he'd bash Lily's brains out with a rock.
Don't call him Little
AJ's
Willie.
waiting for you in the basement.
He is
He
Little
got
Willie.
Abel tied up tight. He's alive, but he's out cold.
Thanks.
We should bury Mitch. It's time.
Really, Farley? Farley, I just started.
I hope you
Get
can.
away from him! You're the reason he's dead!
Little Willie, stop
well,
it.
it's true! We had a plan, and that idiot messed it up!
Come on, Willie. None of this is Ten's fault.
Okay, Lil Willie. Fuck you. Hold on. Farley, hold on.
Know who's really to blame.
I can't believe you're defending him! This is bullshit!
10! I'll take care of this. Talk to Abel, find out where Lily took Lewis, Omar, and a sim. And Clem, don't be afraid to, hurt him a little.
Oh.
Maybe you'll get more out of him than we did.
You think I'm afraid? You think I'm afraid to do that? Oh yeah, here we go.
This should be strong enough to hold him.
Good girl, Rosie. I might need you to bite his dick off. She's my dog now. Yeah, she's my dog now.
Brody. Got your gun back, huh?
Uh-huh. Oh God, AJ.
Ready?
This kid is 5, right? Yeah, maybe 5.5. Baby with the blicky.
The fuck? Well, that ain't no way to wake an old man up from his afternoon nap. I was having a nice dream, too.
God, he really does look
About
like
a girl I
Maddie
used
Healy.
to know from before. She also had me tied up, but I wasn't her prisoner, if you get my meaning.
Oh God. Ew.
Got any water?
Drink.
You got good manners, Squirt. Don't mind if I do.
You've had your water. Now it's time to talk.
It's the first time interrogating someone, isn't it? You let me dictate the agenda. Makes me think you're weak.
Shut up!
Don't make this harder than it needs to be, okay? I just want to know where
I'll show
Lily
you
took my
weak.
people.
It doesn't matter. As soon as she gets there, she's gonna turn around and come right back for me. You better give me the 5-star treatment.
Dude, I wanted him
If I'm smiling
to be able
when she
to
gets
talk.
here, you might be able to trade me for a little mercy.
Let's go,
You aren't
Rosie.
gonna do that. You don't have it in you.
Call it off! Call it off, you fucking psycho!
Yeah? Still think I'm
Just
weak?
tell us where they took our friends so we can get them back.
Lily will never give him up. Only reason we came here was for more manpower. Losing Jonathan and me for 3 sprouts that can barely hold a gun. Even a dummy like me can do the math on that one.
We're gonna get him back.
You don't know what it's like out there. It's a bloodbath. One community against another. From Richmond to the coast. Back at the Delta, we're at war. With some really sick fucks who make me look like the Virgin Mary. We need people to fight it. Soldiers who do what we say. Point the guns the way we tell them to.
No fucking way I'd let my people fight for you.
I'm starting to think you're mad at me. You think we like doing raids like this?
He shouldn't have called me
Our home is
weak.
under threat. It's a good home. Built to last. I'd do a lot to protect it. Maybe you can understand that.
And I do a lot to get my friends back. So stop wasting my time.
Okay. Front pocket. The answer to all your questions.
I don't trust him.
Read it.
Whatsoever parteth the hoof and is cloven-footed, and cheweth the cud among the beasts, that shall ye eat. What the fuck? Is this code?
No, it's fucking Leviticus. was hoping it'd be some timely, moralistic shit about turning the other cheek. Well, come on. That thing ain't gonna light itself. Wanna know where your friends are? Smoke will clear my mind. Help me remember stuff. Like where Lily went.
Oh, yeah?
Come on, kid. Don't make me wait all day. You little bitch!
I'm out of patience, Abel. Tell me where Lily went. Now!
Oh, shit.
Shit.
That's a lot of blood.
Oh, fuck.
We are so ruining AJ.
He's gonna die, isn't he?
We have medicine. We can still patch him up.
I don't think so. When you pushed me off that balcony, something must have burst inside of me. No medicine can fix this. Shit. I never wanted things to end like this. Everything. It all got out of hand.
Yeah, you think?
I'm a fucking mess.
Will he turn?
No! My whole life, everything I ever got, I got with my own two hands and my will. For my body to turn on me, to take control. I'll tell you where to find Lily. Just promise. You won't let me turn. I'm begging you.
All right. Okay.
If you're honest with me, I'll put you out of your misery. You have my word.
Okay, we have a boat. We're docked a few miles west of here at an old fishing pier. Your friends are on the boat. You got what you wanted. Please.
We got a boat, y'all.
Don't let me become one of those things.
The boat is back.
Please. I don't want to turn.
All right. I gotta set an example for AJ here. I did just put a cigarette out on this man's face.
I wanna let me keep my face.
Really?
You don't need to watch this.
I want to.
Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. It's like when I chose to watch Kenny beat the shit out of what's his name. Oh, no. Oh, shit. Yo, okay. AJ did not even blink.
At least he can't hurt anyone anymore.
AJ did not even blink. You just tortured a man in front of AJ. Shit.
Come on, we have a boat to find.
Bro, why did he want that instead of being shot? Oh no. Okay, I fear AJ might be a little fucked up.
Sometimes I don't know where this dirty road is taking me. Sometimes Sometimes I don't
just a little bit.
know the reason why. So I guess I'll keep gambling, lots of moves and lots of rambling. Well, it's easier than just waiting around to die.
Will someone ban Nandre? He's no longer welcome in here.
Once we find the boat, we'll look for a way to sneak on board.
Yeah, 10 doesn't fuck it up this time.
Okay,
It wasn't Tim's
little
fault.
Willie, that's
Yes,
enough.
it was. Mitch died because he...
Say one more thing about Tim.
Oh, shit.
I dare you.
Oh, God.
Guys, look.
Okay, now that is a boat. Kenny's gotta be around.
You see anything?
The beach, a boat, and a wood street in the water.
That's called a pier.
Pier.
Okay, let's spread out and focus on those areas. Keep your heads low.
See, not everything I teach AJ is bad. I just taught him what a pier is.
You ever seen this boat before?
No. Marlon kept us confined to the safe zone. Pier leading up to the boat? It's our only way in and out.
Well, let's see what else is down there. There are a few on deck, a couple others on the pier. Could be more inside.
Looks like they're well armed too.
Wait, I see Lewis.
Abel wasn't lying. This is it.
All right, Abel, I'll give you that. You told the truth about the boat.
I can see an entrance.
I saw that too. It looks like there's a door at the other end.
There's a small opening at the top of those closed doorways. AJ and I know how to deal with those. The pier has plenty of cover on it. If we're careful, we can sneak in undetected. There's no good cover leading up to the boat. We're gonna need one hell of a distraction.
Zombies? Ah, walkers?
Maybe if we could get walkers on the beach somehow.
Maybe not as hard as you'd think.
Where's my walker expert? My guru?
I don't see any obvious place to keep prisoners.
They're probably below deck. We should have asked Abel.
Shit.
When he said on a boat, I didn't think it'd be this big.
Okay. Look at AJ just perched there. He's so little.
Find anything over here?
They have horses.
Let me see. Are those torches?
I think so.
Could be easy fire. Setting the hay on fire would get their attention. Scare the horses, too.
We could get on the boat easier that way.
Smart.
If we cut those horses free, we could slow down anyone trying to chase us.
anything useful? Looks like building material.
He kind of looks like Gollum, doesn't he?
Probably stuff from the train station.
Sheet metal, wood, and quite a bit of it.
Or Chucky.
He should have that stuff.
More torches.
Torches?
We could use the fire.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
They're loading those rafts with supplies.
I could cut those loose and just ride them downriver, easy.
We should get out of here before they spot us. We can talk through the plan once we're somewhere safe. What's the plan?
Here's the plan, boys.
They've got guards posted on the pier and the boat. There's no way we can take them all at once. Our only hope is to distract them while we sneak on board.
We should burn their stuff.
That'd work. We could burn the supplies or the hay they keep for the horses.
Whatever we don't burn, we should take. Ruby would love to have the horses. But I'd rather steal those supplies. I could build traps. Weapons.
Yeah, we'll steal their supplies and burn the hay as our distraction. If you're going to steal from the rafts, you have to do it carefully.
Wouldn't do it any other way.
The fire will lure the raiders away from the boat, and we can sneak across the pier.
If anyone sees us, they'll shoot.
Well, don't let them see us.
You remember that guy I told you about, James? He sent in walkers to save us from Lily and Abel. Maybe we could convince him to do it again. If we lead a big enough group of them onto the beach, we can blend in without being seen.
Now, how do we find him? I love, like, picturing James just...
Perfect.
He just walks around. He's just with the
What about
walkers.
after we get everyone home?
His people.
I mean, the raiders will just come attack us again. What then?
Hide, quick!
Who the hell's that?
A raider. Has to be. You all stay here. I'll see if they know anything that could help us.
It's time to do the old interrogation again.
Drop it. How many of you are there? How many of who?
Come on, you
I'm
know.
not fucking around. Answer the question. 8. There's 8. Clementine, wait.
God damn it, Violet. Wait, what?
It's Minnie. After the attack, I wasn't sure. I mean, I heard they burned half your school down. Who survived? Ruby? Mitch? Brody? 10?
Ruby and 10 made it. Mitch didn't.
Violet's ex. Ooh.
She died.
10's boots holding up okay?
His boots?
They're so old, there are more holes than rubber. I duct taped him up the last time I saw him, but that was a while ago. His boots are fine. You're Clementine. The girl who took over after Marlon died. It's weird. I thought everyone would want to lean on their own. I didn't ask to be put in charge. It just sort of happened.
Is that the kind of wishy-washy bullshit you say to everyone back home or just me?
Excuse me?
Abel figured he could talk Marlon into handing everyone over like he and Lily did, but... like they did before. You ruined the whole plan.
Excuse me? Sorry, I'm against human trafficking?
He gave you and Sophie away.
Yeah, and we all survived it. Marlon would have never made them fight the way you did. He wouldn't have gotten people killed.
Minnie, you're wrong.
Actually, dumbass.
He wouldn't have gotten people killed. He murdered Brody. What?
Yeah. Yeah, what now?
Where's Sophie? Is she alive?
She died protecting the Delta. A hero.
Oh, wait, what are you talking about that people don't die?
A hero? God, you...
Minerva!
Shit.
Rockingham! Finish up and head back. I want to be in before dark.
Don't you fucking dare.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so Sophie didn't survive. Even though she's mad at me, because she's like, we survived.
Our boat leaves for the Delta in 2 days. Then it'll be a couple of weeks before we can come back for the rest of you. When we do, don't fight. The only way you're gonna save your people is to let us take them. I'm serious. Don't fight this. If Tin could see you now, he'd be ashamed to call you his sister.
Mm-hmm.
Are you okay?
Nothing's changed. Our plan is to get onto the boat and save our friends. So that's what we're gonna do.
We gotta burn the boat.
You all should head home. Start getting things ready. Get everyone caught up on the plan.
Everyone except 10.
I warned you. Enough, both of you.
AJ!
AJ and I will go find James. Good luck.
Little Willie, you do not want to get the shit kicked out of you by a 5-year-old. AJ about to beat some ass.
So, how many walkers do you think James will help us get? 15? 100? 1,000?
Clem, I don't... Ow.
Gunshot wound.
It feels like someone pinched me from inside.
Here, let's rest a second.
Yeah, remember these fuckers shot AJ?
Clem...
A baby?
I keep thinking. When Willie said all that stuff about Tin before, I got so mad. He was being mean, and Tin wasn't even there to defend himself. I wanted to hurt him. I know I shouldn't, but I just can't stop thinking about it. I want to just punch his head.
I know it's hard, AJ, but thoughts like that, they go away. You just have to give it time.
Waiting's hard. I'm just thinking too much. Like, I think I'm mad at Tin, too. Running out of cover when Lily attacked the school was really stupid. But he just doesn't know stuff like we do. And then Willie started yelling at him instead of helping him learn. Why don't the other kids know all the stuff we know? When there's a plan, you have to follow it.
Well, the other kids haven't had it as hard as we've had. We had to make a lot of mistakes to learn what we know.
Yeah.
He's seen a lot of shit.
I guess. But Tin's mistakes are just so bad. Maybe he'll learn from them too, like we did. It's weird that people are so different.
It is Erickson's boarding school for troubled youth.
Troubled youth? Trouble like bad? So they did bad things? Why?
Okay,
Sometimes they do them because bad things happen to them. I knew a doctor once, back when you were just a baby. He called it trauma.
Trauma.
You have some too, you know. The thing where people can't walk up behind you.
I don't like my trauma. I want to get it off of me.
No one likes their trauma.
How do I get rid of it? I don't even like the way the word sounds.
It's really, really hard to do by yourself. A lot of people can't without some help.
Like from a doctor?
Sure, but those are rare these days.
Talking about trauma.
Or like the school, right? It was supposed to help with people's trauma.
Yeah, it was. And now they help each other.
I still like them. I like Tin the most, I think. Even if he does dumb things. Actually, I think he's my first real friend.
Oh yeah? I thought I was your first real friend.
Well, yeah, but you don't count. You're old.
Oh! Am not.
Fine. He's my second first real friend.
16 and old. God, AJ would think I'm a corpse.
I don't see James. Just monsters.
There he is.
James?
Saikuno.
You're hurt. Did the raiders do this?
It looked like they had people from your school. Why are you here?
Those people you saw, we're going to save them. But to do that, we need your help moving some walkers.
I could maybe help, but my mask is still in the camp.
Oh,
inside
no.
my bag. I can't pass through a herd without it.
Needs his walker mask.
Okay, then let's go get it.
Please, I just ask that you don't kill them.
James!
The walkers. If you distract them, I can sneak over and find my mask.
God, ZLM.
Distract all of them?
Please.
I'll try.
God damn it, James. Fine. Jesus. Damn it, ZLM. Fuck. James, you better get this fucking mask. Oh, Jesus. Ah! James, I'm sorry, I have to do this. James, I swear to God. God damn it, James. ZLM, man. Fuck. This... Oh yeah, I forgot about Shift. Oh yeah, I forgot about Shift. God damn zombies. Alright, James, this better work. I am not getting my neck bit into again. God fuck me! I'm sorry, I had to. Shit! Oh no, here it comes! Oh, god damn it! God damn it! God damn it! How am I supposed to do this? James, I swear to God. I'm dead. Okay, alright. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. Punch. Punch. Fuck! I was hitting E! Ah! Ah! No! Shit! This is so hard! You guys, I don't know how to do this. Has he gotten the mask yet? Okay. All right, lock in. Lock in. Okay, maybe I go this way. I'm just gonna keep... Fuck me! Shit! No, this is so hard! Oh, no! How do I do this? It's okay, this bit is annoying. It's so annoying. God, they just get up so fast. All right, James. You better get these goddamn... See, like they just keep... God damn it! Okay.
How long I can keep this up?
Okay, I killed one of them.
Your mask.
I can't find it. The horses must have... There!
Sort of, kind of got it.
Shit.
We have to run.
Hey, over here!
Oh, God.
AJ!
No, there are too many of them.
Well, James, this is what happens when you're all about ZLM.
Will draw them away.
I swear to God, James. Yeah, why am I not using rocks to distract these zombies? Okay, that part should not have been as hard as it was.
AJ, are you okay?
Yeah, no bites.
James noticed that you spared the walkers.
To kill them. You're kind. I appreciate it. Really.
Well, okay, I killed one, but your relationship with James has changed.
Thank you for helping me get this back. Now, how will walkers save your friends?
They're being held captive on a boat not too far from here. We can't sneak on board without cover.
Yeah, he thinks I'm
not without
ZLM
the raiders
now.
gunning us down.
You want to use walkers to hide? To sneak on board their ship? That's insane.
It's our only chance.
I have something I need you to see, so you can understand what you're asking.
James.
What,
We still need his help, right?
Yeah, we do.
James, I got your fucking mask back. I didn't kill your zombies.
It's safe. Just a little further.
What the hell?
Clem, what's this?
It's called a salt lick.
Salt lick? Ugh, sounds gross.
Leave it alone, okay?
Why? Is something wrong with it?
Just bad memories, kiddo.
Oh.
Oh, season 1 reference. This place would go for $3 million in LA.
My people, my former people, they had a practice. They called it
zombie
collecting.
sex?
They use them as a weapon. I do this to protect them.
Yeah, James.
I know it sounds strange, but that's why I brought you here. To see them as I do. As people.
Buddy.
As people?
Buddy.
Well, not people exactly, but something in between. Part of us is still in there.
No.
Deep down. So few of us die anymore. We turn. Not dead, not alive.
I wish
James
I could
is
see
a
it
little
that way.
wacko.
It'd be nice to think that everyone isn't actually gone.
In a way, they're just lost.
Do you really think there's people inside of monsters?
Somewhere. Yes. Think about it this way. Has someone you cared about turned?
Lee.
Clem's friend, Lee. She shot him before he did. So he wouldn't have to suffer.
Sorry. Maybe this wasn't the best way to explain.
Lee.
Didn't mean to bring up difficult memories. I lived among walkers for years. Still do, in a way.
Yeah, bro, we know.
And they're alone. They're harmless. Innocent. If you want my help, I need you to try and walk with them. Then tell me if you really believe they're just monsters.
They are just monsters. They're not people
James,
or friends.
Bro. Bro.
She'll be safe, I promise.
This isn't smart. It's too dangerous.
She just needs to move as they do.
I don't know what's Will.
Fine, just do it then.
That was not my fault. Distraction.
The first rule is never go alone.
I'm not leaving you. I'll be right back.
Find the exits.
I will.
Remember to breathe.
I will. I promise.
All right, here we go. I'm walking.
The mask will disguise your scent.
I'm
but
walking
be gentle
with the dead.
And be quiet. Touch the wind chime. You'll see.
James is kind of crazy, but here we go. Touch the wind chime, dude. Oh, the fuck. Okay. How do I... Oh. Oh. This is crazy. James is insane. Should I get bitten just to prove to him it's crazy? Where's the wind chime? Oh, there it is. Yeah, they're not so peaceful. Fuck. What the fuck, dude? Dude. Dude. Dude! Dude, bro. This is psycho. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What, are we gonna have a rave now? This is how there's humanity, is that they're drawn to the wind chime. Lisan al-Gaib. Like, they're just attracted to sound. James is the zombie equivalent of PETA. I know, he kind of is. I don't think this really convinced me or anything.
Whoa, hey there, kiddo. It's all right, I'm fine. See? No bites.
No bites.
So, do you still think they're just monsters? Now that you've seen them at peace. Any different? At all?
Oh, shit. Yes, but I'm going to answer it this way so he helps me.
You might be right about there being something more to them.
No, absolutely
It was
not.
Kind of nice in there.
No way.
Really? Never met someone who understood. It's... Thank you. I'm glad.
I just need his help, you guys.
Have you ever killed a walker before?
I have. Many.
Have you ever killed a person?
Many. But that was a long time ago.
That was a long time.
I've killed someone before, too.
AJ.
AJ, you gotta stop talking about it.
You've killed someone?
AJ.
I'm a murderer.
No, stop it.
But I'm trying to atone.
Well, that's good.
James
I
is
guess.
like...
That's enough. What about the walkers? Are you going to help us save our friends?
I thought I could, but I can't. So many walkers would die.
My god, dude.
Oh, the death this would cause. I'm sorry, Clementine, but I can't have more blood on my hands.
Are you fucking kidding?
James, the walker in the barn, the one with the different eyes, what was his name?
Yeah.
His name?
What Gary?
How about the woman in the back, near the wind chimes?
James,
what's her name?
you're being a freak.
I don't know.
Asim, Omar, Lewis. Those are the names of my friends, the ones who were stolen by the raiders. I'll never forget that.
God, he is so PETA.
I may be stubborn, but I'm not heartless.
Okay.
Those raiders are cruel. They force others to be the same.
Yeah.
And if your
Pets.
friends are anything like you,
Pets.
I don't doubt they're worth saving. It'll take some time to guide them through the forest to the shore. Others will join the herd as they go. Tomorrow night, be ready. I can't undo this.
Oh, that one's name is Bob. That's definitely Bob.
Clem, when you said there might be people inside walkers, did you mean it? Is he right?
Honestly, I just told him what he wanted to hear. Walkers are just walkers.
So you lied?
Oh,
We needed his help to save our friends.
So lies can help sometimes.
Come on, AJ.
AJ learned there's value in lying. Oh, God. Man, it's hard being a parent, you guys. I see y'all judging. You're not all parents.
Before. I mean, he's tough. Not like you, though. He doesn't kill monsters, but he's not scared of them either. He's cool.
Hey, Clem. Willie told me the plan. How'd things go with that
I'm a single
guy?
mom. It's tough.
James, he agreed to help us.
If somebody told me we were gonna sneak onto a boat in a herd of walkers, I'd call them crazy.
What are you doing with those?
Oh, well, I wanted to throw one last hootenanny before the big fight.
Swear?
Huh?
Huh?
It sounds like a swear.
Oh.
No, it's just another word for party.
Right. I know it sounds strange.
Ben's son or Sarah daughter?
People need something to lift their spirits right about now.
Sarah daughter, I think.
This could be our last chance.
I wanted to make some tea for everyone. Could I borrow your little heater thing?
What can I do?
We need to pretty up the old music
Sarah
room.
never got anyone
Could you make us
killed.
something colorful to hang up?
Okay, I'll be an artist.
Awkward. Wait, she did?
I'm gonna make the deck.
Okay,
the deck
she got less people. Her
Decoration.
Oh, okay.
A decoration for the party.
Okay, I'll get the heater.
Ben got 2 people killed.
How do you play with it?
You draw pictures like this.
Cool.
Hootenanny, 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 hootenanny.
I'm done, Clem. Come see.
Where the hell
Okay,
did I just
be right
put
there.
that? Did I just put that in my pocket? My magic pocket?
Hey, you're getting better at this. Soon you'll be as good an artist as 10.
I don't know. He's really good.
Something wrong? AJ?
I was just thinking about stuff while I was drawing.
Oh no. What are you thinking about?
There are 3 kind of eyes, Clem.
Oh yeah?
There are live people eyes. We got those. Then there's monsters' eyes. And usually look like dirty water. Other times, monsters' eyes aren't even wet. And then there are live people eyes right as you kill them.
Oh,
like
God.
you did to Abel.
Oh, Jesus.
His eyes look like you blew a candle out. He was a bad guy. I know I shouldn't feel like this. I hated him, too. I think there's something wrong with me.
You're way too little to see so much death, AJ. So much violence.
No, I'm big enough. I know I'm big because I think of this stuff now. I care about what I do more. I'm getting real smart.
Is that right?
Yes, because I'm always thinking all the time.
Okay, what are you thinking about right now?
You getting bit, turning into a monster.
Oh.
Yeah. The
Oh.
older I get, the more I see it. I don't know why. What happens then? Anyone can get bit. Doesn't matter if you're inside or outside or how careful you are.
AJ, we've talked about this a lot. If I get bit, you know what has to happen.
Oh no. He's got to do
I
to
don't
me
wanna
what I
talk
did to
about this
Lee.
anymore.
But you brought it up, so we're going to.
It does something weird to my stomach. Like I'm gonna get the dookies.
AJ, I need to know you remember what we talked about. What you're supposed to do if it happens. Listen to me. If I get bit, you'll... shoot.
No. No, I'm not gonna do that.
AJ, you promised.
I don't care. I'm not gonna shoot you.
Oh, man.
If you get bit, I'd want you to bite me too.
No!
What? You don't mean that.
I want to be alone. Please don't be mad.
AJ!
I can't live with you not with me, Clem. I know we've talked about it so much, but don't make me.
Alvin Jr., you know you're not supposed to talk like this. You're too strong and too brave.
I don't think I am anymore about this.
Yes,
Little
you
guy.
are. You are, okay? You can't break promises, AJ.
I know.
You're not letting this go, are you?
James said...
Guess not.
That we could be around when we're monsters. Like on the inside. If you got bit and then bit me, then maybe we'd still be together. It would just be a different together. We might even be okay. You think so?
James is insane.
Said a lot of things about the monsters. And most of it was crazy pants, AJ.
So you don't think I would be inside my monster self?
There is no monster self, kiddo. Nothing that makes you, you would be in there.
Can I go patrol for a bit? Before the party?
Sure, go ahead. Be careful.
He just immediately runs out.
What's with AJ?
He just needs some space.
Can we
Baby
talk
with the
about
blicky.
what happened today? With Minnie?
Yeah, sure. What's wrong?
The thing is, seeing Minnie, I feel like it should have scared me, but it didn't.
What?
The person we ran into in the woods, that wasn't Minnie.
Oh.
Not really. The way she sounded and acted, the way she talked about Sophie and Lily. I'm confused, I guess.
You know you can't trust her, right? She's been with those people for over a year.
It sucks, but I don't know what else I expected.
Oh, poor Vi.
Minnie, the real Minnie, she's gone. She's
Child
been
soldier.
gone this whole time, and I have to stop mourning her. I won't let her take you or AJ, or anyone else I care about.
Louis knows when to keep his head down.
Yeah, shit. Well, I hope so. You know, when I first got here, I hated him. He was so much. You know?
Theater kids will do that to you.
It's like, look at me, watch me perform. It's so stupid. But then I realized under all that, he really cares about people. And he doesn't just feel it, he says it. He'll tell you every goddamn day how much you mean to him. Shit, he'll probably sing about it.
Especially if there's already a famous song with your name in it.
We've got to get him back.
We will. Louis, Omar, Asim. We'll get them all back.
Oh. Yes?
Hey, Clem!
Oh? AJ.
Wow. Where did you
just,
find a beach ball?
It was in some garbage behind one of the dorms. I had to blow it up, and that was pretty gross. But look, it works.
I should get going. Ruby could probably use some help.
Okay.
It's cool, right?
Super cool.
The ace run continues.
You're terrible.
Hey.
He's having fun.
love you, Clem.
I love you back, kiddo. Okay, we better get ready to go. Sounds like they need us in the music room.
Okay.
Okay. We're having a party.
Looks like things are coming together.
Yeah. We still need to figure out lighting, music, and something to write on that banner.
If we're gonna die, we should have some fun first.
Music? But Louis isn't here. See that? It's like...
Wouldn't be a party without some kind of mood lighting. I've been going back and forth between colors for ages. Green's calming, but purple might be nice.
I like the purple.
Well, purple was my dad's favorite color.
I read somewhere purple was a color of royalty.
Purple. Really?
What? I like purple.
Shouldn't you like it too? Violet?
Oh, I thought she was
I'll
saying
make
that
it
'cause of
happen.
Gage.
So you take one of those black things that look like plates and you put it on here. And then it plays music?
Pulled out the old headmaster's gramophone so he could play some records. Not much of a selection, but
Ooh,
it
you
should
like
do.
you like
Wouldn't happen to have any
jazz?
good jazz records, would you?
Oh yeah, the old music teacher was a big fan. Pretty cool guy up until he ditched us all.
What's jazz sound like? That one's hard to describe. Just wait till you hear it.
You like jazz?
Are we using the banner for some kind of party theme?
Not exactly. It's meant to be more
A one,
motivational.
a two.
I'd
a
keep
one,
it short
two,
though.
three,
There's not
four.
as much room as you think.
AJ, why don't you come up with something?
Really?
I have an idea. It'll be a surprise.
Oh gosh. Okay.
I promise not to swear all over it.
Okay.
Okay, we'll have 10 break out his paintbrush and write it out. This place is gonna look great.
Yeah. I am a murderer.
Oh, and Willie was asking for you. He's up in Marlon's office. He said he had a surprise for the party, but he wanted to show it to you first.
Hey, Clem, check it out. I found a bunch of books on ships. There's some awesome stuff about fires at sea and explosions and stuff.
Oh.
Key is the boiler.
I see.
Wait, what are you talking about?
I have an idea about how to stop those assholes coming back to the school after we
Gotta blow up the
rescue
ship.
others. And from hurting anyone else ever again. We're gonna blow up the boat. It's the only way to make sure they don't come back. Besides, it feels right, you know? For Mitch.
Is it me, or is there a bit of a bomb obsession at this school?
We're gonna blow up the boat.
Oh, it's not you. There totally is. But for good reason.
This is the
tricky
home for
bit
troubled
is timing the
youth.
explosion so that it happens after you get off the boat. Trust me, this'll work. We'll be okay.
Okay, everybody.
All right,
get
little
ready
Willie.
to boogie.
And, Clem, I'm sorry for before. About how I treated Ten. I didn't mean to get so angry. I know it's not his fault.
That's nice, Willie, but don't tell me. Tell 10.
Oh, 10. See, look at that lighting. It's very New Orleans vibe.
Wow, this looks great, Ruby.
Couldn't have done it without you.
Surprise,
But
dummy.
Just wait till you see what else I've got planned. Go ahead and mingle. I'll let you know when it's time.
Well, I guess it's better than I'm a murderer.
Mingle? I see you two are working together.
Yeah,
Willie asked me to help with his special project.
Well, that's good to hear. Is it ready?
Good to go, Clem.
It'll work.
Actually, I was thinking maybe we should name it.
Mitch the
Something
bitch.
cool. I mean, I think it deserves a name.
Yeah, we absolutely have to name it.
I thought you'd make fun of me, but hell yeah. Let's name this fucker.
Naming the bomb.
How about Mitch's masterpiece?
Yeah, I like that.
Mitch would have too.
Okay, then it's settled.
How about the bomb?
I found them. Okay, Clementine.
Drugs?
These here are our official Erickson psych evaluations and probationary reports.
Okay.
I don't get it.
Well, these explain why all of us got sent
I
to
want
this
to know
school
why
in the
Ruby
first
got
place.
sent there.
And all the bad shit we did that kept them from sending us back home.
So what's the game?
I figured if we're all going on this crazy mission together, you might as well know who we really are.
Wait, this is actually kind of fun.
So, I'll read some of what the adults thought about us. And you have to guess which one of us fits the bill. I'll make sure it's someone you've actually met. This'll be the first one.
Okay.
While otherwise a remarkable student, blank continues to be plagued by fits of anger, uncontrollable cursing, and repeated physical altercations with the senior faculty.
That is... Violet?
That's gotta be Violet.
Nope.
What?
Way scarier.
That's Ruby's file.
Ruby?
Really?
Guilty as charged.
Yeah, you should have seen Ruby back in the early days.
What?
She was like you ever seen those Tasmanian
I am
devil
shocked.
cartoons when you
I'm
were a
honestly
kid?
shocked.
That was our Ruby. He used to have a mean streak a mile long.
Don't worry. That was a long time ago.
I mean, I can totally see it.
She's so
the
chill.
first time I met Ruby, she was all,
Oh,
That
true.
little motherfucker. I said I was sorry.
Oh.
You
Trauma.
guys want to know why I got sent here?
Oh,
Willie,
triggered.
please.
Triggered.
No.
Chronic masturbation.
Oh my god, what? Lil Willie!
Trust me. Nobody wanted
Lil
to know
Willie,
that.
stop it!
What does that mean?
Nope. No.
don't you dare.
Nope. 10. Stop it.
Anyway, maybe we should change up the music?
I like all kind of different music, I think.
There's a lot of them.
How many?
Sure, we've heard enough of this.
I don't like this.
Throw some country on.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
You like country? He's so uncomfy. I'm so uncomfy.
I didn't realize how many of us we lost.
Remember that Justin guy?
And Theresa and Jasper, that one girl with colored braces, and Joey, Maddie, Lamar.
Aaron. Yeah, I used to make fun of her braces. Why did I do that?
Alex, Dewey, Trey, Stephanie. Holy crap, how many of us died?
34.
Jeez. Sad.
Whose is it?
Lewis.
Should we read it?
I could tell
Small
you why I was saying
kitty,
it
thank you for the
instead.
9 months.
You know, as a consolation prize or whatever. You might hate me after, but since we're all being so open and all.
I was hoping you'd tell me.
Yeah, I'm so
I spent a lot of
curious.
time at my grandma's house growing up. What with my dad being a drunk and my mom working 3 jobs. But after my grandpa died, Grandma just kind of shut down.
Oh.
Spent all day and night rocking in her little chair in the den. I'd sit there at her feet as we both watched TV. Mostly cartoons, since she never seemed to care.
Trauma.
Sometimes I could hear her crying, but I didn't look back. I'd just feel really weird and turn up the volume, you know? Anyway, one day she left the den and came back with another chair and a .22 rifle.
No. Oh my
Set
God.
the rifle butt on the top of the chair, holding the barrel back to her chest. So,
Grandma!
You know, she had trouble reaching the trigger this way, but she must have known it would happen because she took out this really tacky wooden back scratcher.
Grandma,
the
no!
real long kind with the one end shaped like a hand, and used that to push the trigger in.
Grandma!
So yeah, bang. Right. Her body folded up and just kept rocking. My mom came to get me 5 hours later. I hadn't moved.
Holy shit.
She asked why I didn't call the police or an ambulance or anything. I just shrugged and told her it wasn't like Grandma was going anywhere. And besides,
Grandma with a blicky.
I just wanted to finish my cartoons.
That is so... That is so...
She shipped me off to Erickson the next day.
Fucked up.
I was 11. I'm
Worst
so sorry,
party
Violet.
ever.
I can't imagine what that was like.
Oh my God.
What you went through. It's fine. We've just been through a lot of shit.
Damn.
We weren't good people, Clementine. But it still doesn't mean that we should have been left here to die by the people that were supposed to take care of us.
Sorry. This is supposed to be fun. I'm just not the game type like Lewis was.
Yeah, you brought out the files.
You mean is. We'll see him soon.
10's right.
Hey, I've got an idea.
You guys want to do truth or
Do you guys
dare?
remember when Minnie would sing us Don't Be Afraid when all of us used to get scared?
Too bad I can't play it. Lou would have known how. He liked that one.
You could just sing it to us, like she used to. Your voice is really pretty.
Okay. Okay, yeah. All right, I can do that. Never mind the darkness. Never mind the storm. Never mind the blood-red moon. The night will be over soon.
She's a theater kid too.
The night will be over soon.
This does feel like foreshadowing.
Brush away the sorrow. Brush away the tears. Sing away your heavy heart. The night will be over soon. The night will be over soon. For every night goes quiet, and every moon grows blue. Beyond the dark comes something new. The sun will be rising soon. The sun will be rising soon. The sun will be rising soon.
Let's go kill some assholes. Wow. What a scene. It's time to go blow up a boat. Oh, it's a flashback to little Clem. Lee.
Hey, Sweet Pea.
Lee?
Lee?
Why the train? You always pick the train.
I'm not sure. Maybe because this is where it all started. Where you taught me to shoot and to cut my hair. To be ready for what was coming.
You were a quick study.
Oh.
So, what's on your mind this time?
I'm worried, Lee. I've got a lot of people depending on me, and I don't know if what I'm doing is right.
Oh, I know that feeling. You know, I was making it all up as I went along, right? Couldn't let on, of course.
I never noticed. It just felt like you always knew the right thing to do.
Yeah? Well, I got lucky. Luck counts for a lot.
This hurts.
I'm gonna need some now.
You want to tell me about what you're up against?
I wish you were here.
I'm with a new group now, and I've been in so many, and they always fall apart. But I really like this one. It's different. It almost feels like home.
That's a good thing. It's hard being alone out there.
But we're in trouble. Some bad people captured my friends, and getting them back might get the rest of us killed.
I'm not worried.
What?
Whatever trouble you're in, you get out of it. You get your friends out of it.
You don't know that.
I know you're a survivor. The Clementine I know is gonna fix it. I really believe that.
Yeah, I made it this far, didn't I?
You sure did, when a lot of other people couldn't. Never give in, Clem. Imagine what Lewis is gonna say when he sees your face.
He knows about Lewis?
Those boys are gonna have hope again, knowing that you came to rescue him. Oh, Sweet Pea, you know you always get like this before something big. Remember how scared you were before you charged into that mess at McCarroll Ranch? You survived that, didn't you?
That was different. I was alone.
I know. It's harder when you have something to lose. But having people you care about, that's a good thing.
Lee was there for once. He's the best character. I know.
Because of you. Come see me again when you've gotten them out, okay?
This is so...
Out and safe. Sound good? And hopefully we can talk about happier things.
Lee, I miss you so much. I wish you were really here.
I miss you too, Clementine. But we'll have to make do with pretending.
Thank you, Lee. Talking to you always makes me feel a little bit better.
God, it is so devastating every time she talks to him.
How's the boy?
Oh, AJ.
He's good, Lee. You'd like him.
I bet. You teach him to shoot yet?
You have no idea.
I guess the world got pretty hard since I left it. kid growing up in it,
Holy.
he'd be hard too. You're in my shoes now, raising a kid. Think you got a handle on it? It can't be easy. Wanting to give him a childhood, but knowing what it takes to survive now.
Oh my god, Lee. AJ's trouble sometimes. You wouldn't believe it. And he has no idea. He's growing up too fast.
Sounds like someone else I know.
Oh, the parallels. Oh. It is so devastating that every time she sees him in a scene like this, she's always a little girl again.
Wow. Just look at you. Just look at you. Thought I told you to keep this short.
You don't know how hard it is to find scissors these days.
Time to go, Clementine.
Oh my god.
You've got people that need you.
Goodbye, Lee.
Clem,
He's
wake up.
proud.
It's time to go. We got a long walk.
Goodbye, Lee. I miss you. ZLM.
I guess we're really doing this. Only the team blending in with the walkers need to cover themselves.
Now we just need your walker friend to...
He's here.
Good lord.
Hello.
Hi.
Guys, this is James.
He's my friend.
He's,
So cool! How do you get the skin like that?
Oh, Clementine?
Can I try it on?
That's not a good...
Willie, quiet. Someone might hear you.
Loud is bad.
I'm not even being that loud.
Sorry. I'll be quiet.
Chronic masturbation, Willie.
And sorry I tried to shoot you that one time. Your mask looks so real.
Hey. Hey there, James. Sorry about Willie.
The king
is
of
this
Goonin.
the guy that Clem said she'd
Flip?
Oh, guys, stop it! Stop!
Clementine, could I speak to you alone for a moment?
Stop!
Good idea. Hold tight.
Hey, Tank, can you come
Snitches!
talk for a sec? There's something I have to tell you.
The walkers. They'll be here in a little while. You can join them as they pass through the trees. The noise from the boat will draw them toward the water.
Then we can get on board and save our friends.
Your friends are different. Open-minded. Accepting. Like you.
Bro.
That's not usually how my first impressions go.
I mean...
Sorry, I feel like I'm rambling. It's just being welcomed. It's strange.
Yeah, well, we don't scare
with
easy.
him.
Not after what we've been through. Even if you are wearing a skin mask.
They're brave. That's good.
Like, bro, they know
Courage
you use it to
isn't
walk
always
through
easy.
walkers. Like, they need the walkers.
I wanted to show you something. Was my boyfriend, Charlie. we joined the Whisperers together. But it changed him. In a way that couldn't be undone.
Oh my god, why is it that
Changed both of us.
What do you mean?
This really is the Clueless run.
Or my family. From a young age. In that time, I witnessed a lot of death. And suffering. Eventually, I became the cause of it. Weakness was considered a poison. And I believed in that. Fiercely. So much so that when another boy expressed sympathy for our enemy before an attack, I slit his throat.
Oh my god.
I didn't talk to him. Didn't consider who he was, what he felt.
Jesus.
You killed someone innocent? A child? That's horrible.
I know that now. But then I didn't care.
No wonder he's fucked
It had
up.
to be done. After he died, I kept hearing his words in my head. Those people are like us, just on a different path. I stopped killing after that. I changed. No one else did.
He is gay and does crime.
Told me he killed someone. It reminded me of them. Of myself. He said it was wrong, but it sounded like he was just repeating what he'd been told.
Oh, no wonder he's ZLM.
Taking life like that, from a young age, it breaks something inside you. It broke something in Charlie. I'm afraid if AJ kills again, he won't be able to go back.
Oh, God.
He won't be the same boy he was. I've seen it happen too many times.
I'm not going to let AJ become a killer. I don't want him to change. Not like that.
Oh, man.
I hope you can keep that promise. They're close. Soon there will be enough of them to provide us cover. I'll lead you through the herd until you reach the boat. That's as far as I go. After that, it's up to you.
Thank you.
You don't think James heard them
take care of AJ
about the flip thing, right?
Okay, he's ready to go. The walkers are getting close. Ruby, you're in charge of the horses. Willie, Ted, take care of the supplies.
I've got the bomb.
Why the mask
Find
gotta
the
make that
boiler.
noise when he puts it on?
There'll be a door on the bottom with ash and stuff. Put it in there.
See you all on the other side.
Oh my god. He heard you want to
I'll
flip
cut
him,
it
so he
open.
made sure you knew he had a BF. So, Violet, hi.
Violet told me about Minnie. That Sophie died, and Minnie is one of them now. Just, if you see her out there, tell her I forgive her. Please. I tell her myself, but I just want her to be okay.
Oh.
Yeah, sure. If we see her, I'll let her know.
Thanks.
He's a sweet boy.
Hey, it's time. We gotta move.
Clem,
Yeah?
what happens if someone else gets caught while we're in there? What if it's you?
It won't be.
I couldn't save Minnie or Lou or Asim. Omar. You saved me from these people. In a way, you've saved most of us. And if something happened to you, and it was my fault, I can't lose you too. I won't. You better not disappear on me, okay?
Are we back?
Are we good?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, let's bring our friends back home.
All of them.
All of them.
It's ready.
Kiss, please. Please, kiss.
So, I know this is gonna sound gross.
You would have
but
had a
in your
kiss when you
smell.
romanced her?
Smart.
Oh my god, I fucked up. We gotta start all over. Guys, we have to start all over. Shit. God, I'm so clueless.
Get my back. Thanks.
We gonna do it?
Here we go.
We're doing it.
Okay, follow my lead.
I'm so scared.
Here we go.
Yo. Use Q to get behind
Stay
walkers.
behind the walkers. Use
Okay.
them as shields.
Oh, fuck. It's intense. Is this working? Hi. Am I gonna get shot? Look at that guy. He's moving kind of fast.
Damn it, the horses!
Hey, get their fire under control.
Get rid of these fucking walkers!
Come on, Willie.
Supplies going overboard.
God damn it! Someone get over there and see what's going on! Face up! Someone attack!
Okay, now's our chance. We can't risk leaving cover. We'll have to crawl along the side of the dock.
These zombies gave their lives.
The guts are washing off.
God. Not the guts.
Follow me. This way.
God, there's zombies underwater. God, zombie.
Fuck, are you okay? I'm fine. Stay close. Stay hidden.
Move between cover while we're in the searchlight. Okay. Oh! Shit!
Come on, let's hurry.
Oh my god, I thought we were
Ready,
so
AJ?
gone.
Walkers.
Yo. I actually love the crossbow. Big crossbow girl.
We're getting close. After we find the boiler and place the bomb, we'll get our friends out. Minnie said there were 8 raiders, but we didn't see that many outside. Look out for guards and stay quiet, okay?
Right behind you.
Good. I'll scout ahead and signal when it's clear. Got it?
Taco Cub! Thank you so much for the 5. Oh. Are you hitting your bell to go potty again? How many times? How many times do you go potty? Let me out, mother. Let me out. Oh shit, what are we doing again? Oh yeah. Oh! Shit. Oh, shit!
What the hell?
Oh!
Oh, boy.
Don't! Well, that was close.
Hey, Clem. This has got to be the boiler, right? Yeah, it looks like it.
Okay, I'm
That's
locked in.
where we need to plant the bomb.
I'm locked in,
There's
I'm locked
too much
in.
stuff in the way. Maybe there's another way in. Wait here.
Oh, shit. Yowza. He's fine. 'Tis but a flesh wound.
There you go, Mitch's masterpiece. Bury this thing in the bottom of the river. Once they start up this boat, we won't have much time before it explodes.
How long?
Not sure. An hour, 30 minutes.
Let's hurry up then.
Mitch's masterpiece. Okay, we gotta find our homies. Nope, not that way. Okay. Oh, upstairs?
Minerva, focus.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna take
I have a little brother, short, scarred face. He's not out there, is he?
Oh, look, we've discussed this.
10.
Your family is Delta now. There ain't no room for anyone else.
Yes, ma'am.
Come on, Minnie.
Shit. Of
Or she had to be the cell guard. We can't sneak past her.
Fuck. Oh god.
Get
Oh god.
out. Not without our people. I swear to God, if you got 10 caught up in this, just tell me that he's safe. Give me that.
Oh, this will get to her.
He told me to tell you. He forgives you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shit.
How about now?
I'll help you get everyone out. Then you take my brother and run. Get him back to where it's safe.
Come on, we have to hurry.
A little emotional manipulation.
Clementine? Holy fuck!
Oh my god. Are you okay?
He doesn't look hurt.
AJ.
Yeah, I'm alright. We're alright. Take care of Louis first. He's in rough shape.
I'll unlock the other cell.
AJ's like, he looks fine.
We don't have a lot of time before Dorian comes back.
He's the most...
Violet, help me with these guys.
Got it. Based casual observer.
Louis.
What the fuck are you doing?
What the fuck? Oh, Minnie, it's going down, bitch. It's going down. You two, Timon, traitorous. See you next Tuesday.
Huh? Oh.
Louis.
Oh. Oh, Louis. Shh. It's okay. It's okay. Oh.
What did they do to you?
No, don't. They cut out his tongue.
What?
He just, he kept fucking talking.
I'm so sorry, Louis.
Oh my god!
I'm so sorry.
Oh my god! A songbird who can't sing? Oh my god, that is so fucked up!
I'll make these bastards pay for this.
Fuck these people!
I promise you, Louis.
Oh, Minnie, I'm gonna murder you so hard.
It's okay. It's okay.
A theater kid who can't theater anymore.
You'll be home soon.
Oh my god.
We're not staying here that long.
Oh my god, that is like that might be one of the most depressing moments of the game.
Clem, are you alright?
I'm fine. Where's AJ? Over here. Thank God.
Shit. At least we're not moving yet. We've still got time to figure this out.
Vi, are you alright?
I'm fine. Looking for a way out. If this thing explodes...
Look at how little he
You
looks.
doing okay in there, AJ?
Yeah, I'm alright. I'm looking for a way out.
Yeah, me too. The doors don't look very well made. Maybe that's something we can work with.
Oh my god. I cannot believe they cut out his tongue. Not the theater kid.
I might be able to chip away at this if I had a tool or... Damn it, they must have taken away my knife.
God damn you, Minnie.
AJ! Do you still have your knife?
Yeah, they didn't find it. Only the big one.
Good boy.
I need you to slide it over to me.
Oh my god, he's so traumatized. Okay. We can do this.
Whatever you doing,
Stab her. Stab her in the neck.
I promise you, it ain't worth it. Step back.
She awake?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. I'll take it from here.
You mother of cunts. Oh, poor baby. Yeah, Minnie, that's who you're
Where's
with.
Abel?
He's dead. We killed him. We put a knife in his head.
Fuck, you little monster.
He's 5. Don't touch him. Damn it.
We showed him mercy. He was terrified of turning, so we stopped him from having to. We gave him what he wanted.
I'm sure you did. Back up.
Oh, shit.
Minerva. Open the door.
Yes, ma'am.
Normally, the trouble you caused, I'd shoot you and toss you overboard. But I'm genuinely impressed. First, you organize these idiot kids into a fighting force and kill 2 of my most experienced soldiers. Then you sneak onto my boat under the cover of a herd. I bring a prize like you back to the Delta, it might make this whole clusterfuck of a mission worth it.
Try and touch me.
Someone like you, so young with so much potential.
I'm not your prize. You're crazy if you think I'd ever fight for you.
Everyone talks like that when they first join. You'll come around.
Never.
You know, my father, Larry, was a military man. And when I was a kid, he had all kinds of rules.
Yeah, he was an asshole,
The thing
too.
that bugged him most was waste. If I ever left a light on after leaving a room, he'd flip. No matter how many times he ranted about the cost of electricity, I could never remember to hit that switch.
Remember when that salt lick crushed his skull?
So one day, he let our power get cut. He liked illustrations to show that actions have consequences. No more TV, no more hairdryer, no more ice cream sandwiches.
Well, I guess asshole runs in the family. Is that the consequence? That you're an asshole?
The consequence is, I never left the lights on again. My father had his faults, but he showed me the effectiveness of teaching by example.
Oh, is that what this is? A lesson?
Shoot me, Minnie.
I want to tell you a story. Let's call it the parable of the twins. 2 girls were taken from their home and brought to a new place to live. They had to leave their friends and family behind, and that was hard at first. They shed a lot of tears. But the new place was a good place. The people there grew corn and raised pigs.
Big corn.
And the twins ate well for the first time in years. They had hot showers, clean clothes, beds. They were given guns and trained to use them. The people there were kind to these girls.
All that was asked in return was that they help defend the group. You see, this place had a lot of enemies, killers and thieves who wanted what they had.
They threatened to cut out their tongues?
They only do that to the ones who can't keep their mouths shut. One of the girls saw that this was a place worth fighting for, and her tears dried. But the other twin, she could never forget her old home. She rejected every gift, every opportunity, stirred up trouble every chance she got. She convinced her sister to help her steal a raft and leave on the river. Of course, they didn't get far. What happened then, Minerva?
Yeah, Minnie, what happened?
I killed her.
What the
Jesus
fuck?
Christ.
Minnie, no, tell me it's not true.
Your own sister? Why would you do that?
She was twisting my head with her lies.
Oh my God, Minnie!
And?
I made a mistake. I needed to show my loyalty to the place I call home.
Oh my God, you are fucked
Like it or not, you're one of my people now, Clem. The question is, which twin are you going to be? The loyal one, or the dead one?
What have you done to her head, you fucking psychotic bitch? You're evil! You are fucking evil!
Violet, calm down. You saw what they did to Lewis. Just do what they say.
Why? So I can become
Violet,
a
play a
soldier
game. Play
in
the
their
game.
Army? Someone who kills the people they love?
Violet.
Fuck that!
Violet. Violet.
Pull the mouthy one out of the cell.
Violet? No!
They clearly didn't get the moral of the story.
Oh my God!
We'll have to help them understand.
Stop!
Oh my God!
Don't hurt Violet, or I'll hurt you.
Oh,
Hey,
God!
you better cool it or you gonna get yourself hurt.
Fuck no! Get off of me!
Easy. Stay still.
Shit! Fuck you! No!
Don't make this hurt more than it has to. Come on.
I don't know what to do!
Just breathe.
Hey, Jay!
Holy shit!
Son of a bitch!
Oh my God!
Stop!
That's enough.
He bit me!
I said that's enough.
You deserve to die. We'll kill you!
You think you can kill
Minnie,
me?
I am gonna...
I know I can. We'll throw you in the river.
Oh my God.
And we'll put a knife right to the side of your head.
Big talk for a little guy.
I know I can do it. I killed Marlon. He wasn't a monster, but you are.
Dang.
Oh my God, AJ!
So you killed Marlon. Huh. I bet you'd make a great soldier.
Oh my God, oh my God.
AJ, listen to me. Don't talk to her, okay?
Oh my God!
She's a monster.
Clem seems to care a lot about you. Come on, let's go have a chat.
No, 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 no.
Just
no,
us.
leave him alone. No, he's...
Fucking touch him!
Why do they want baby soldiers?
No, please! Clementine! AJ!
Keep an eye on her, Minerva.
Lily,
Get
don't!
this thing moving. I want to be far away from here. Fast.
I'll start up the boiler.
Oh God!
Don't you dare look at me like
No,
that.
I'll look at you like
The only way we
that.
survive.
Who are you? Fuck survival! Look at what you're doing!
Killer, killer, come on, get the knife, get the knife. Stab her in the neck! Stab her in the neck!
Minnie, please.
Stab her!
I just want to talk to you for a second. I'm sorry we never searched
Oh my God!
for Sophie. I'm sorry we trusted that fucker Marlon. If I ever thought there was a chance.
I know.
Yes.
I know. Okay? But
Yes.
Sophie's dead. You all
need to understand. This is the only way. Lay
Violet,
down.
distract her.
Stay in line, or you die. The people you love die. If you just do what they say, you can live. All of you.
Ready?
You can have a nice life.
Here we go.
Be rewarded. Just like I am.
Fuck you! Fuck you! I'll kill you!
Behind you.
Don't worry, I got this.
Fucking problem here.
Oh shit! Oh, you
I won't
fucking
let you
asshole!
Get them all killed.
Come on, Violet! I'm locked in, I'm locked in, I'm locked in. Violet, kill her ass!
Nerva! I can't let her leave!
Shit! Kill her, Violet! Yes! Yeah, fuck you, Minnie!
We have to go. I can't leave her.
No, you can.
Go, I'll catch up.
Clem, come on! We have to get the hell out of here!
Go. I need to find AJ.
Better see you on land.
You will.
Oh my god. I got my baby.
Shit, they started the boiler.
Oh my god. Okay, I gotta
We'll focus that energy. Sharpen it.
Got to lock in.
I've known Clementine since before this all started. She'll come around.
You don't know me, bitch.
You'll come around too, once you see what we have to offer. Plenty of food, comfortable
Found one
beds for you
more
and
sneaking
Clem.
over the
You can even
docks.
share a room.
10.
Fuck.
Shit.
Tennessee, did you get lost?
Ma'am, he wasn't alone. I got something else to show you.
This way.
Oh no. Oh no.
Found this in a hurry.
No wonder there were so many walkers.
Oh no, James! Oh my god, everyone got caught. Everyone
Must have
got
thought
caught.
you were clever leading those walkers here. Or was that Clementine's idea? Nothing to say?
You don't fucking scare me.
Is that so?
Force your ways onto others. Because you're afraid.
Yeah, I guess no Ruby or
Because
Willie
you're
yet.
weak.
I give my people a cause to fight for. The thing about people like him, AJ, is that they're too broken to fit into a community. They won't fight for anyone but themselves. Kill it.
No!
Oh my god!
Easy there, 10.
Don't hurt him. Just stop hurting people.
Oh my god!
Please.
Shoot her!
AJ!
Why don't we all just take a breath, all right?
Give me my friends back.
Put down the gun.
Let them go. All of us. Or else.
Oh my god!
Fine, go ahead then. Do it. Save your friends. That's what you came here to do, isn't it?
Poor baby.
I see. You came here to cry.
God, she's such a bitch.
Looks like you're not a soldier either.
Please, don't!
No! Oh my god! Oh my god! There I go! Yeah, fuck you, Lily! Fuck you, bitch! AJ, run! Yeah, you're a weak-ass bitch, Lily! Oh my god, I'm locked in, okay. Q. Shift E. Up! Oh wait, some of these... Why is this not working? Ah! Ah! Knee her in the crotch! Knee her in the crotch! Oh my god!
You made a big fucking...
Dude! Dude!
Fucking wait!
Holy shit! Oh my god, DJ! Dude, she's getting beaten by kids! Dumbass! Oh my god! Run! Oh my god. Oh no!
AJ, wait! I give up.
Oh my god!
I will give up.
Oh, this is what the moment with James!
Put down the gun.
Baby with
I'll
the blicky!
let everyone leave. My crew and I will leave. We won't bother you anymore.
Baby with the blicky!
Oh.
AJ! She's not a threat. Lower the gun.
You weren't down there. You didn't see what she did. She cut my friend's tongue out.
You don't have to do this, please.
It's a trick.
Don't you fucking dare, AJ.
Oh my god!
Just give me the gun.
You can't let her hurt anyone else.
I don't want to die.
Do it, AJ.
No. AJ, stop!
Lily, couldn't find the other. What did you do? You fucking dead!
Shit, the bomb! AJ!
I am a poor pilgrim of sorrow, cast out in this wide world to roam, uncertain of life for tomorrow.
Holy shit.
I want to make heaven my home. Sometimes I am tossed and driven, sometimes I know not where to roam. I heard of a city called heaven, I'm striving to make
Oh my
it
god.
my home.
He buried the entire clip.
I have a few
Honestly, you and 53% of players told AJ to kill Lily. So I'm in the majority. Baby with the blicky. Holy shit. 10 MIA. James MIA. Minerva MIA. Abel dead. AJ MIA. AJ felt powerful after you told him to shoot Lily. Fuck. Actually, it's a magazine. Lewis MIA. Poor Lewis. You know what? Lily fucking deserved that. She cut out his tongue. That was for Lewis. Lily, dead. That was for Carly. That was for Lewis. That was for the one twin. That was for all the children who Lily is so fucking evil to. Lily is Lily is maybe the most evil character of the game. That was for the kids. Ideally, Clem should have stepped in, but what needed to happen did in the end. What needed to happen happened. What needed to happen happened, and honestly, Rosie's worried about everyone. Rosie's worried. Oh my god. Violet also gets pretty bad trauma if you let her get captured instead of Lewis. Wow. From the context clues they're given, they need soldiers because they might be fighting Negan's group. Oh. Oh, I can't believe that this is the last. I can't believe this is the last chapter, you guys. AJ in that last sequence, shoot her! I'm gonna kill you. He's 5.5. She was beating the shit out of a 5.5-year-old. Can we just keep that in mind? Can we just keep in mind that Lily, a full-grown adult, was fighting children, okay? Because Clementine is 16. She's still a child. And AJ is a baby. She's beefing with a 5-year-old. And she got beat. She got her ass shot up. She got her ass shot up by a 5-year-old who she punched and kicked repeatedly, and she still lost to. She lost to a baby with a blicky. So she deserved it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Anyway, okay, we will do the finale tomorrow night. And then that will be that. A baby with a blicky. So finale tomorrow night, y'all. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Yeah, that's right. So guess I have to tune in. Guess you do. Spread the word. Spread the word that Walking Dead series finale is tomorrow night. Be there, be square. Be there, be square. Holy shit, baby with a blicky. Baby with a blicky. Thanks for stream. Thanks for being here, y'all. Thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna go. And I'll see you guys later. I'll see you tomorrow. Ta-ta for now.